All right, so we begin the 85th session of the Roses Are Red campaign. Today with all 5 of the members.
Get another Mountain Dew there. Do the dew. Hold on, this will be the last beer tonight. Do the dew, Trevor. Hold on.
Last beer?
Oh, that's a craft.
And yeah, the first time since pre-COVID that every single player has been at the same table together.
Well, they're on net. Oh, we have fun. I was about to say,
No, actually, man, my mom went to our reviews today, and we're not getting a lot right now, but we are getting some.
We gotta pump those metrics up. Yeah.
So when last we left the Roses, they were taking up for the evening in the Reek after just having had a discussion with a blast from the past, a man from Fort's early days as a ne'er-do-well, and Kyla, Armin the headmaster. So you are now finally in the city, in the lion's den, or the spider's den, so to speak, where you have 2 objectives. 1, to recover the bodies of the dwarven heroes that were lost from Cass, and 2, to retrieve the golden rings that the dragon Grunvorkor demands you acquire for him. And at this point, I assume you all go and head to Nedru's chambers, where Largo creates the mansion, and then you go into Largo's mansion, and now it's up to you to plan what you do next.
Oh, yeah. You want to describe the mill? Did anything change from the mill?
Maybe you guys have any requests?
There's gonna be black into this time.
So I can do.
Yeah.
Or they can do that through me.
Okay, we can do a borscht.
Yeah, dwarf food.
Okay.
Hard bread.
Okay.
You want some like hard bread, some sausages?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll kibasa, a little kraut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
Hard boiled.
a cold soup.
Yeah. Ooh,
Okay.
nice beaned. Nice cold beans.
Yeah, that's what I'm in real time. Like,
Mm.
you want that? I'm like,
You're
just going back and forth seeing dwarf food. Okay.
They
Okay,
have-
cool.
We're having a dwarven.
Smorgasbord.
Yeah, and you get, as you get to the top level for dessert, you realize that the dessert is a fruit loaf made with head cheese.
The meat fruit loaf.
Yeah.
Yanni is eating light tonight.
It's for 100 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yard floats through the dessert room.
You see Largo going.
It's good. It's good to eat.
That's great.
I love it.
I actually, what I imagine is Mirok is floating right on through and right past and saying, "No, Volgrim, you eat this."
Oh no.
No. Yeah.
I don't care how it goes.
But as we're sitting around the table eating, I guess planning.
Okay.
Fine. So what the information we got last time?
So we were all privy, the ones that weren't in the room were privy to the deal right? That happened.
Yeah.
Well, you guys were all telepathically bonded.
Yeah,
And I think that there was some information being shared, as it was coming in.
So we're gonna pay him 500 gold pieces to move the 12? Where are the corpses?
9.
Well, here's the thing. You want him to move the corpses. You don't know how many you're going to be able to recover.
Yeah.
And I don't know if, I assume your father would know exactly how many were lost.
Yeah.
I don't remember if we ever specifically went over it.
I mean,
Let's say it's 10 plus a D8.
Okay.
Or we'll go with 8 plus a D8.
that was 9. The number I was saying all last time.
Okay, there you go. So 9 were lost.
I would like to go on the record and say I don't like this deal.
Largo would like to go on the record too and just say that he doesn't like it, but also talk to Yanni for a second and be like, sometimes we just gotta make a deal with that. I mean, we gotta do this.
Sure,
So
so-
say it aloud, like, I'm not a big fan.
What if, and bear with me here, what if we maybe myrtle him after that?
That's throwing bad after that.
2 wrongs maybe make a right in this situation.
I will leave that up to other discretion than mine.
What was the last section? So is there a reason we should not like this guy?
He slaves people.
He's a slave trader,
He also like made for it. He's like proto Edward.
which we may want to love him for, but may also want to dislike him.
But do we want another wolf? Like, we kill this guy. We shot enough dragon.
I think you're still just trying to kill the dragon.
Yeah, there's a literal dragon to deal with.
Yeah, well, I'm not. And if I, that was my fault for not being there, we would have won.
All I'm saying is maybe we tie up loose ends after he's served his.
He is
usefulness.
also a vampire, which is something you should notice. Like,
Yes.
you fucking immediately zero in on some guys and parents. Okay.
And that's like probably his biggest secret ever, and you just like looked him up and down and were like a vampire.
Don't think he liked that, right?
No.
We try to push out the casual,
Drunken observer.
I mean,
choose your color.
Ooh, this is nice.
you blew
A
it.
first for you.
There it is.
Looks like they're beautiful skin colored.
Yeah, I do actually. Use all three of them.
do.
Use all 3 of them one time, saves it, buddy.
So it's the 4th house that we're trying to sneak into. We're trying to access.
5th for the dwarfs, 4 for the rings.
Are we trying to do the dwarves first? We decided we were trying to get the dwarves out, keep the main thing, and we'll deal with the rings out.
We're in it.
Or
We are still waiting on a possible emissary from the 4th house to come. That will, I think we should take a day or 2, get used to the city, spend some time here and see if they show up before we go gallivanting off, because the whole reason why we did the big pantomime with the illusion was to try to get an emissary from the 4th house to show up. So we need to do that.
So you're saying wait for an emissary to show up, and then we could push them a day or 2 for us to get the dwarf situation settled, and then come back to that.
Right, I think maybe, okay, the second part of what you said might bear some understanding of the situation when the emissary arrives, but I think, we came in, we were like, all right, we're gonna have people pay attention to us. So we should allow that to manifest itself. I think a day, maybe 2. If they don't show up, we can assume that our ploy didn't work, but I think we do give it 48 hours.
So what do we do with these 48 hours? Do we just hang out in the bar, drink beers? Yeah, I imagine a couple people would be privy to that.
I mean, espionage,
Potion shop?
potion shop.
We could
I
stand.
would like, there's a couple things that Utri does not enjoy, and that is when he counterattacks someone, so there's a potion shop around. He wants to make sure he can facilitate his own needs.
The no calm emotion.
It's like a potion of flight.
no, you can't fly here, dude.
You can't do it.
It's a big no-no.
Shoot you out of the sky.
You'll get hurt.
Do they know who each son of each
Oh,
house?
yeah.
No, that's the point.
That we
That's
don't
the
want.
point.
Yeah.
Also, I have a spell that can make you basically like walk on it.
And I have a spell that can make you fly.
So the other thing with the potion shop is, I don't know how much money we have, but we need to keep at least 500 gold to pay the headmaster.
Yeah,
Because I don't think we have paid.
No, we haven't.
Oh,
It's upon receipt.
Nedru does chime in, says, one thing that we need to make sure we do, however we approach this, is we need to do both of these things as close to each other as possible.
Yeah, you're listening.
Because once we do one of them, and whether we steal the gold rings or whether we recover the dwarven corpses, someone is very likely to notice, and then they will be looking.
So this could be a bad idea.
I think a case could be made for rings first, because there's objects of great power and they could assist us in getting dwarves out potentially. So we like hang around. Hopefully the emissary shows up. We try and come up with a plan to get these rings. We get the rings, figure out what they are, and then blitz it to get these dwarves.
Because we already know the secret entrance.
So, we know that they keep their that crowd. Again, could be a bad idea. But what if we got a game plan on how to handle those situations and split apart?
Nope. Nope.
I think that's a high risk, high reward situation.
Marco's
but it could be
not
done at the
totally
same time.
against
I think the problem,
Who does the healer go with?
I
The
think,
healer's gonna have to go with the undead.
Yeah, because I have from the spell, which would be crucial for that.
I think every time, and just as the smartest person in the group,
Yeah. Okay, you don't have to be so on the nose.
but I will say this, every time we split the crew, we fuck ourselves.
We're gonna fuck.
From a metagame level, kind of fun.
Oh.
Well, that's
I'm
the
talking
only
in
way.
game, Uhtred in game
Yeah, we get fucked.
is, I can take a beat, but
Yeah.
But that is the only way we can do both things. At
you're
the
trying to
same time.
Ocean's 11 this son of a bitch.
I mean, I've got these 3 beautiful purple action die just waiting to be used.
What do we know about the 4 rings?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Powerful dragon desires them because they're powerful. And if these drow knew what they had, they would know what they had, but they don't.
If we split the party,
Yeah.
we should split it thusly.
Yeah.
Yanni,
Okay.
Largo, and Nedru. And then everybody else goes in and gets them on that.
I think we could use Bort with his sneakiness.
But I think the undead situation is gonna turn into a fucking brawl. The ring situation might not.
So I think we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
We need to meet an emissary first, right?
You need an emissary, I think we need to gather information, so I think the next 2 days we'll wait for the emissary, if we could
I'll
watch the 4th and 5th houses,
Yeah.
see if we can gather useful information. When the fourth house reaches out to us, that one for we do next.
We're good at bar knowledge too, we can post up in there, so what people
I mean,
say.
yeah, knowledge can come from there, but
You don't have a ton, so you can't
Right.
talk to people.
Right, but I can listen, oftentimes the wisest man in the room is the one that says nothing.
And yeah, they perceive you as like the bottom of society, so they might just speak freely around you.
Also, you guys have been in the bar, particularly Mirok, Uhtred, and Bort spent a good while in the bar, and you did not. Nedru and Yanni, under illusion, are the only dark elves aside from the owner that you saw come into that establishment. They were all other races.
maybe there's another bar.
I mean, I don't know, how often in like history is like a servant who like lets something slip,
Do you put any years of the mail into that?
I mean, I sniffed out old Seymour here and we got us into the
No.
bar around for a bunch of.
You also, you thought
Sure.
about asking him about what he knew about the 4th house, but you didn't.
Maybe if
Yeah.
no emissary comes, he's our guy for the 4th house
I
too.
think we can lock onto that emissary if we can.
Yeah.
We did like a whole, fucking whatever, it's a dog and pony show or whatever to
Yeah.
try to get them.
Yeah,
At this, your food didn't eat it.
I mean, my next response.
Yes.
So you guys want to split the part?
I think
splitting parts.
it might be beneficial this one time.
Yeah.
It could work. We could also all go out in giant blazes of glory, but I'm kind of into that anyways, so.
That's what I'm saying, like, you and I got a fuck ton of firepower, and they can fight their way out of the zombie.
Sure.
I'm not gonna need to.
No one's gonna need to, I'm just saying.
But if
It's just like,
have to, if we have to.
because I'm just thinking like, it's like, okay, yeah, we're gonna win the, I'm saying we're gonna get more data. But like, while we're talking about this over the table, if you hear about a bank robbery in Silva, are you gonna be thinking, oh no, the livestock yard over in Arden is gonna be robbed next? No. Like, these are two unrelated houses, two super unrelated things. So I think hitting one and then moving ourselves to Skies and Revolution to the other, the Dead Dwarves, and then doing that one. Like, there's not a direct connection.
Here's where I would disagree. The seventh house is responsible for all the guardships, right? So once they hear of one thing, they're just gonna be on high alert for everything.
That's a great point.
If every house was ran independently and they did their own guarding of things, then I would say that's probably fine.
Everyone
But
falls into their hierarchy properly.
So here's what we do, we let Utah loose on town square. Just starts decapitating.
And then we just all run away.
There-
While you get to the surface road.
Fire.
That sounds like a fun thing to
Maybe
do.
we should just grasp and travel them by the neck. It's like, where's the portal to hell? This is my escape.
Thought this was how it worked.
If I just
Squeeze.
smart enough.
Pop. Oh, that didn't happen last time. Nedry does, want to point out the woman, the woman drow that we fought at the bottom of the cleave was an underling.
Yeah.
And she gave us a very hard time.
She's like the fourth time, like pretty high, like no road strength. Right?
Yeah.
Well, the point is that any matriarch in any one of these houses is going to be more powerful than her, and probably have attendants who are as powerful as her.
So if we split the party and we end up coming across one of these people, it's probably not gonna end well. If we're not there in full.
As long as
I'm
they
just-
fly.
I'm thinking that there's a good chance we will run into more than one that are that powerful. And yeah, the tactics that were utilized during that battle were atrocious. I think we could have handled it much better. But I don't think that 3 of us will be able to handle it better than
Than
all 6 of us did, even when we did that poorly.
Okay.
So there's something to be said for, if a stealth approach is made and there is no conflict whatsoever, then we might be able to do both things at the same time if we're never even seen. But that I don't know if that's and she's like staring down Mirok with this. I don't know if a stealth approach is something that is seriously going to work.
Right.
In no D&D game ever there has been played. No, anywhere. There's like a total stealth approach ever work out. It always turns into money.
Well, I mean,
What if
you're
we let
basically
Just
one stealth operation might work, but you're saying you want two simultaneous ones to work when you're splitting your best stealth people in separate groups. It's what was, can somebody send a text to the group where it's like, the elaborate plan, and it's like a toothpick is held up by one roll made at disadvantage.
Okay, so what if this? If we did do with a party split, then I would say Mort and Largo get the reins. You guys are arguably distraction, very much stealth.
We need Nedru.
Yeah,
Because in my mind, that's a negotiation. That's not a stealth.
but what do we have to negotiate?
Anything that I create.
Fair enough. Could I?
Yep.
If
Taylor,
they fail.
Dealer's choice.
But yeah, okay, I think, yeah.
And we're getting ahead of ourselves a bit. We could, revisit this once.
So if we're, I mean, if one is a bona fide distraction,
Well, that's what I was going with having sneaky people go one way, just go and loud the other way, and just try to survive until the other people can make it. Obviously, the healer and loud person would be with the distraction.
And I think that, yeah, I mean, we see what this emissary said, like, are you
Yeah.
willing to trade? We have things that we want from you. And then we go off, Nedru, whoever it may be, right? Nedru and 2 bodyguards. I would like to stay with Nedru because Largo, as you may know, Largo has concerns about her survival.
Yeah, I share those. Yeah.
As rogue as Uhtred is, he still tends to want to be around your dog because.
Well, you guys would be together.
Yeah.
And whatever,
Right.
it has to happen, yeah.
It has to be. So I think we wait around and we figure out what we're doing during that time
Bob's beer.
for some of us.
So I have the appearance of a male drow. I can sense motives and I can, with assistance, speak Undercommon and
Durger and Drow.
Durger and Drow. So maybe I could just go hang out near the 4th or 5th house and just watch. I could.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because you're one of the few dudes who can like move by themselves.
Yeah.
Worst case, I run the hell away as fast as I can.
I mean, him in the drow disguise is like almost the maximum of his being shorter than he actually is.
Yeah.
Like there's no way that as tall as Bort is that he could pass.
Yeah.
As a drow.
Yeah.
And making Uhtred taller could kind of hit that point, but Uhtred's also about 2.5 times as wide as a drow. So
I mean, Bort also can move around totally freely in this area beyond the house.
oh yeah, this section of the city he probably wouldn't get. He might get hassled, but he wouldn't be.
What do you say, me and you?
And he does have paperwork. You all have paperwork under your assumed aliases.
Yeah, I'm cool with y'all two, like, on reconnoitering all these.
Do you want to stay together? You okay if we
Yeah.
diverge? What do you think?
I mean,
Nedru wants to know. Well, go ahead. You guys figure. You guys continue.
yeah, I mean, if we're just like making observations, and checking cases of the joint, like from the outside, I don't think we get access, but.
Sure. So why don't we just go past both? If I miss something, you're there to catch it. How about that? And we'll just make a pass by both. We've got time to go.
4.
Yeah.
I have a Smurf Neblin name.
A what?
A Smurf Neblin name.
Okay.
Smurf Neblin. Arctactics Med Kellebrock.
I'm gonna call you Brock.
Okay. Arctactics Med Kellebrock. There's 8 apostrophes.
Jesus. Of course there is.
Did you interact with another stick on it at the bar?
I am creating Smurf Neblin language right now.
No, I wasn't like. I thought I remembered we interacted with one.
I think you
No,
guys like saw one.
I
but
wondered if
there
they
were
chat.
some of the rarer.
Oh yeah, and then Dan said it's like absence.
Yeah,
They're just.
yeah, they're just like.
They just stare at each other.
So, morning spells, just real quick to get out of the way. 2 castles of mage armor, myself and Yanni, at which point I will cast Seeming, and then I can cast Telepathic Bond twice to cover all of us for after, please, you do the quick
Blessing of Fervor.
Blessing of Fervor.
Also,
The
if
blessing
you're
of
doing-
fervor will not affect telepathic bond because it's too high level.
Yeah. Still Telepathic Bond for like, we're good for like 4 hours, something like that.
I don't think we'll be gone maybe that length.
Seeming works when it's cast, it's on us. We don't have to be like within a certain proximity.
Do you? I mean, do you have the extend meta magic?
I don't know extend.
What level spell are you trying to do?
I have spell penetration and I have quicken. It's all good. for 4 hours. Like, right, regroup. We don't necessarily expect to get into combat today. If we do, I have ways of figuring it out. So if we want to regroup, you know, I'll let everyone know like the magic is fading, and then come back.
Well, it's always good to have the buffs. It's better to have them and not need it than not have them. So,
What are the spells you're casting?
I am casting Mage Armor on Yanni and myself. I'm casting Seeming, and I am using 2 castings of Telepathic Bond to cover all of us for 4 hours.
so I say we go case one house for 4 hours.
Yeah.
We come back, re-up our telepathic bond and go hit the other one for 4 hours. How does that sound?
Largo just raises his hand and says that affects me. So let's try to be cool.
So
Because
yeah,
if we need, you know, if shit goes down, we're in like a fucking.
we're burning spells.
Yeah.
We shouldn't plan on fighting.
Something to know about the houses. They are inside their own districts, and those districts are walled.
So we will
So
have-
getting inside a district that belongs to a certain house would require you having some reason to go there. Which,
Can they just hobo around?
I don't think this is a hobo place.
well, for one, Bort can pretty much hobo around in like this area of town, but if he starts wandering freely through the rest of the city, he could very easily get in trouble. Though Bort being Bort, he could probably somewhat realistically just stealth around the entire city without anybody noticing.
yeah.
Or at
I will
least
drag you down.
that would be the way he would feel about things, I assume.
Yeah.
You guys will have 9 extra points for today. Next 12 hours. Cool.
And but yeah, so Yanni as a male drow, you could get around some. And there are reasons why you might go into the different districts, but you would need to know those reasons. And you need
So we need to get our shoulders
Present.
straight.
yeah.
Okay. So to go to the 5th house, could I just, could we use that my mistress has business with the house to get me in the area? Is that something that's reasonable?
There's 2 reasons why you might go to the 5th house district. One would be to go to the dead stock, which would be a place where you can either buy corpses or buy undead that have already been raised
Okay.
as slave labor or what have you. So that would be something that people would come into the district to do from outside of the district. The dead stock would be an option. And then there's also like kind of attached to that is a kind of a rummage, because they don't sell the dead with their equipment.
They take their belongings off.
and they try to sell that separately.
That might be a problem, because those dwarven warriors had armor on when they were
Okay, well, then we can go look for that in this rummage. I don't know what
I
that.
mean, I bet
The-
these sort of warriors, if they have armor, it's not getting rummaged.
Yeah, you would get the impression, or at least Nedru clears up that the dead stock would be more of a, like, you get dead drow, dead durger, stuff that's easy to come by.
Non-dwarven warriors.
The dwarven warriors, where they had to break into a crypt and cast miles and miles and miles away, that would probably be some high-end shit. And it wouldn't just be,
Not available to the public.
wouldn't be on the floor at the dead stock.
And I bet they would keep the corpses.
They would probably be tech status.
like
symbols.
on
It's like a status thing.
But the equipment purchasing would be at the dead stock as well.
It's nearby. They're not necessarily, like, they're close enough to where stuff is moved. But
I mean, it's a.
Nedru's that, Nedru's remembering shit from 350 years ago.
So I think
But
we go under the illusion that we're going to the dead stock to acquire corpses
To
or
examine.
undead for our mistress.
We want to see this, we want to make a report.
Going into the district of the fourth house, you might want to, your reasons for that might be to go to the apothecary there or to go to the archive. And at the apothecary, you could buy different, it's gonna be mostly poisons. But they do sell some potions. At the archive, you can buy scrolls, spell scrolls.
I would imagine the apothecary would make the most sense, right? Or you're maybe not a poison aficionado, but I'm sure you know your way around the poison or two.
I mean, yeah, I have no feats or skills in poisoning, but
You have many.
I have many poisons, and I've got some fucking things on there also.
You buy some, man.
Well,
Yeah, well, just to get us in,
Yeah.
we have some poisons.
You have purple worm salve now, right? It's like a.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I have some poisons that I picked up a while back that they never used on anybody. One was supposed to be in my uncle I just murdered out of cold blood. So,
I hate when that happens.
yeah,
Right.
Taylor's all this time.
Had to be done.
Had to be done. You hate to see it. But. Well, I mean, yeah, if we're looking for just like excuses to be in these places, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And work in the drow, half work in the drow, carousing,
That would just be,
dead stock, not livestock.
Is that your seat now?
Yeah, sorry, dude.
It happens. I get it.
I'd be very cautious about trying to talk your way out of stuff. If you don't go from the gate to that place and out, if you try to wander around.
I mean, I feel like-
I'd just be very cautious about the approach you make
This is amazing.
with whatever sort of excuses you have.
I mean, I feel like my best move would just be to like sleep, to just like not be seen, to just like go for the stealth.
So I can say I'm going to do these things and do those things, and if you feel like you can venture off
Yeah.
stealthily, feel free. How about that? Does that seem like a good compromise?
These districts are gated.
You only can jump so high.
Probably not over a district fence, but
I don't.
But I mean, like,
It depends on the district. If you guys walk past the fourth house district, Yanni, you could probably hop up and grab the edge and get over.
you can jump like 60 feet.
Yeah, you can jump awfully high.
But I mean, the main thing is if Bort is caught without a drow escort, especially in one of the house districts, it's going to be bad juju for him.
A lot of ruffles, little feathers.
Sure. Yeah. Would the Cape of the Monte Bank be a viable escape option, or should we just stick together and not ruffle feathers?
I mean, like, how much information are we trying to generate? Like, if we're just trying to go like look at the lay of the land here, and like walk the straight and narrow and be like super Boy Scouty about it. I mean, that's an option. It might yield less info.
Well, we've got
But
days to
got-
kill here, so
let's go check it out.
We
Let's,
can-
let's do a first pass. Let's
sure, we
go-
can get more aggressive later.
Let's go check out some bodies. You wanna see a dead
Yeah,
body?
you
Largo, for his piece, states that as boring as it may be, him and Nedru have already kind of established a shtick that he is her like right-hand man, and they can kind of hang out and wait for any emissary that may come.
Bar.
Okay.
Plan.
That's how you're playing this.
When this emissary shows up,
The very Chadley.
how are we doing that? She wants to know what that plan is. Like, not, she doesn't want to have some dude show up and it's like, improv.
Also,
She
if
wants a
anything
plan.
happen to her, I'm gonna punch you to
Yeah, that's all good.
death. Okay.
So the move is, we say like, we've heard, announced where she's from, the other empire. that she's from and say, we've heard that you have great interest in magical objects. We have a couple of things that you may or may not be interested in. And if he asks to like inspect some of the stuff, I think we challenge him as to his station and say that we can show him some things, but he cannot inspect them. If he rebukes us and we learn that he is of a high station, that is valuable. So I think at that point, I go into another room and I pull a valuable magical item off my body and risk its sacrifice.
Well, I was about to say, would you want me to give up something that I carry for this? And I don't really have a lot of great items, but like, I would give up something if I need to further the cause.
Yeah. I have a scroll of spell immunity, a scroll of breath of life, and I have a focused universal meta magic wand that I would prefer not to fucking give up. But if he needs to inspect things, I would feel comfortable with those 3 things being checked out.
Right.
Yeah.
Nedru says the scrolls would not be.
Would not be interested, but the focused universal meta magic wand is of great value.
That might catch him on.
Do drow steal?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but you know what I'm saying, like this is not something, we can't give this person an illusion if they're at a high station.
From you, yes. From me, no.
Okay, so if that happens, we confer, I give you the thing, you give it, please make sure to get it back.
In Utrecht, must have been I just, she takes whatever.
I kind of lean in and I say, well, without her, we're fucked here no matter what. Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's my do you wish to inspect things? If it's just an underling, I'm going to create a shiny, crazy magical orb that I say is the orb of illusory mystery. And then if they detect it, yeah, it's a fucking illusion, but they're gonna be like, whoa, you said illusory. But if they say like, we need to inspect something, give them that fucking very valuable ass wand. And then say, we need to meet, and then say, we need time. You can't just take us. We need time. We're gonna meet, and it's not just us two.
And could I roll a sense motive check for when Uhtred, no, I don't really feel like very discreetly talked about the dead properties of Nedru to Margot on Nedru to see if she heard it, if she felt some type of way about it.
She knows that I know.
I'm just trying to figure out things.
What?
That is a 35. Do we have the Tears of Wine going? Yep. That is a 40.
Okay. Well, keeping an eye on Nedru during this, and give me a perception check to see if you picked up on that whisper conversation between.
Perception of 38.
So yeah, you heard them plain as day, but keeping an eye on Nedru while that conversation is happening. You get the impression that she did hear what they said, and she kind of like looks side to side, like she doesn't know what you're talking about.
She's as in the dark as we are.
Yeah, she doesn't know what this undead thing is.
Cool.
What is this?
They're confused.
I hell.
Cause for concern.
We've all. Yeah, when I brought up or something dead by the like we tried to find out.
What's the matter with like just keeping her from aging? Like, Indiana Jones, you know, the end, where he just super fast. That's a magic of keeping it from aging 350 years and stuff. Man. I don't insinuate too much about my girl. Okay, that's what I'll pick it up. Nice.
No, we will say that we will kill you if you choose our over.
I'm just gonna let you know right now, not in Europe, another dude that I'm pretty close to it. He did it a drought for a while, did not go well.
The only person's input I probably would appreciate here would be Mark. So.
I got no input.
Follow your heart. It's full of its heart.
I got no input. It's all good.
Yanni got a little bit of underglow fever.
You know, it could be brewing.
I did it clean.
Did you? No. Does she know that you guys did?
What's that queen's name?
You remember.
Slipping my mind right now.
Okay, so we've got a plan.
One of you who still has Facebook should show Jacob a picture of Lauren.
Okay. I don't, and I'm not.
I do and I will.
Was that Nebula?
That makes sense.
What? I missed that one.
Mike's sensation's been kind of not super helpful.
You guys need help? I'm leaving my life.
Yeah. Well done. I heard she came back and then left again.
Yep, she did.
Yep. That's why the joke's funny, man.
She came back. Her and Jay Grau got matching tattoos.
Yeah.
That's something you leave on.
And then she said, you know what?
See ya.
I'm out of here.
Yep. What you know? Nothing about it. I'll see you later.
Fucking Jay Grau. Just fucking hitting swishes.
Boom.
That's his first tattoo, too, right?
Oh, he's got.
Yeah.
I think they're not.
Alright. Yeah. Oh, that's very small. Nothing.
This one's large and very on his
dark.
arm.
What is it?
Very on his arm.
It's like a
It's like a
Bear.
panther or something.
Oh, is that the one? I thought it was a cactus.
Oh, was it the cactus? Did he get 2 new tattoos?
I think it's the bear. The bear was new when I saw it.
Was it a bear?
It's fresh.
It's like, you know, like a new American traditional animal.
Blacks and oranges and yellows. Like,
So that area, I've been seeing a lot of tattoos that I can only imagine is, this is how far my arm goes into a Frankel can. There's like a whole line,
The band.
just like one of those, not like
I
all.
don't want to stick my line in. I want to see how much it's tattoo would make.
You have to get an X with it, actually.
Pringles.
Pretty good.
I've seen a few of those. I don't know if that's a new thing.
Oh, we're talking about just like the line.
You just don't think-
I don't even know.
I like-
I like the line. I think it's nice.
Well, you should see how far your arm goes into a Frankel can and then there.
You remember that Hugh Jackman movie? Where you like these 3 dudes and they're all like fighting death. Yeah, one's a conquistador, one's a doctor, one's like a spaceman way in the future.
Go on.
I mean,
Hugh Jackman?
it's really good. Yeah, Trey Armstrong, huge Jack, but like he like the future version of him is like tattooing himself with rings.
Oh, dude, the fountain.
The fountain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's who's the director?
Just like a fountain.
Rachel Wise is the name? Yeah. It's all about like dudes just like I don't accept that. I will real.
Just be too Chad to die. Nah.
Dude. Maybe next time around.
See you in the gym. Okay.
All right, so we're approaching. Are we gonna do the Bort and Yanni go for a walk?
We're gonna go for a walk.
I think so. What's the worst thing? Walk, bar, wait for the guests.
Okay. So where are you going for a walk?
We're gonna go examine some corpses.
Let's go to the dead stock.
We have our papers. Do we need like a note from Our Lady,
Yeah,
who speaks for us,
could we have a note, Ned Drew, just
into our jacket.
if lost, please return to.
Very obvious and want to help Margo.
This is my boy. No, I mean, your paperwork basically, says who you work for, that you're here on business for House Carvorth Etz from the Empire of Bothar.
Carvorthets.
Mhm.
So that's why there were 8 apostrophes in my Nebula name.
So House Carvorthets in what now?
From the Empire of Bothar.
From Bothar.
And and Ned Drew's alias is Dilithen.
There's no chance of me mispronouncing any of that.
Well, you know how to speak drow, so.
Yeah.
So we leave the read. Hand it down. We leave the read and assume we're staying. That's the way she goes. And we head off towards the. Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, but we're still in a stinky part of town.
We can walk to the.
It lasts an hour.
Okay.
So like if he does that, then you'll smell good for an hour. When you get out of the town,
We're going to.
you won't still be in the stinky place.
Yeah. So let's not deal with that.
I mean, we're going on some courses. So we mosey across town to the 5th district. We had a map. We assume it's pretty close. I mean, the Reed butted up against some districts. We're pretty close to the 5th district.
Yeah. The Reed is so named because it's on the channel where they throw the garbage from the 5th district into the channel before it gets washed out.
They're the reason
yeah.
for the state.
They're the bits.
Probably, the majority of the reason. Yes.
Awful.
Awful discharge.
There it is. Okay, we go to the 5th district. There is a guardhouse. We walk to the wall. There's a gate of this district.
So walking around, you do see that there's a couple of gates that you can see from this side. And there does appear to be a guard stationed at each gate. But there are people passing through. Some of them he's stopping, and some of them they're getting stopped and checked, and others are just walking through without even.
Telepathically, honestly, we probably don't need to say this because it's you I'm talking to, that I would say, remember, these guys aren't pleasant to one another. No need to be nice.
I have the papers, they're just loose papers.
It's actually a small piece of vellum, maybe about this size, and it just has. Did you go with Fort Sizemore, or did you use an alias?
Alias.
What's your alias?
Sword Sizemore.
Sword buys.
Sword, your name is
Oh, sword buys.
Sword. They'll never see you.
Sword Sizemore. Yeah.
Okay.
I am not smart.
Well, that is a not smart thing to do. So I love it.
I have my vellum card, sort of loose. I'll just do tight, lightly folded and like tucked in kind of the open top pocket of my bandolier. So like the vellum is like exposed, so I can access it without reaching into anything in any sort of menacing way that would look like I'd be reaching for not my visible papers. Lord.
Doesn't want
I'm assuming not the children.
Right. to.
So yeah, I would just have my napkins just out in my hand. And we would go to the guard and I would say something along the lines of Mistress Dilathan from House Cohorthitz from the Volthar Empire has sent me here to procure some stock from the dead stock.
Work. Oh, good to me.
Yeah,
Well-
just bing bang bong, you know.
Real straightforward.
No need for pleasantries with this guard person.
Okay. Uh, So, yeah, you remember specifically telling Nedrew that, you know, your alias name is Sort Bizemore. And you look at your card and it says Durno the Broad.
Okay.
I'll just prepare that with my bodyguard.
Well, not known for their sense of humor, these drow. Sterno?
Durno.
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 Here you go.
Durno the Broad.
Okay, we approach the guard shack in the wall. I attempt a pleasant smile as I wait for what's Yanni's alias.
Excellent question. What is my alias? I would leave that entirely to my mistress.
It's Gregory.
Let's see, it would be. You should really break out that 24-sided die. It's got most of the letters of the alphabet on it.
It's Noni.
I was gonna say like Kevin, but. Probably not very-
You wanna be careful.
Kevon.
Come on.
It's Kevon.
With 4 apostrophes and 7 ends. Just snorted snot in my lung.
Come on, man.
I mean, in Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever, the Chronicles of Thomas Covenant, the Unbeliever, which is that world-renowned fantasy series. The hero of the ages is named Lord Kevin.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's just solidifying Kevin as
Lord
Lord
Kevin.
Yeah. True name. Art.
Yeah, no,
Art
you're Kevon Carborthets.
Kevon.
You mean the true name of the universe.
That's just like the house, yeah. House name. Cool. Here we go.
The best.
The trees.
The best one that's ever been. Love.
Okay, we approach the guard shack.
I mean, it's not, there's an archway.
An archway.
There's an open door that you can see can be closed and barred,
Mhm.
and the guard's just standing there.
Okay, then I guess let's just attempt to walk through.
Yeah, and I mean, you're a drow, so you're a good talker. Let's
Okay.
walk up to the thing, talk to this guy. Let's just we walk up to the thing and talk to the guy.
Okay. So you're saying you're walking through, and he's saying, "Let's go talk."
I'm saying let's just
walking-
give him a
we're
reason.
just- we're just
Give him a
walking
reason.
around. Just walking
Act
around.
like we know what we're doing and give him a chance to stop us.
Just going through customs.
Just-
All right. Both of you give me bluff checks.
All right.
Are we bluffing?
Yeah, you're bluffing that you're supposed to be there.
Yeah, so that is a straight charisma check. I rolled an 8.
13.
Okay.
Jimmy.
Walking casually.
Yeah. So you start to pass through, and he just holds up his hand. State your business.
Okay, I produce my papers. I say I am Kevon of House Cohorthitz. I'm coming to go to the dead stock for my mistress, Dilathan of House Cohorthitz from the Volthar Empire to procure some slaves.
Would you like to tell me about your childhood friends as well?
Cool.
If you have the time, I said that very sarcastically.
I don't know how.
Cool.
doing my best.
Come turn on.
Mongo.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know how they do things in North, whatever.
Shut the hell up. Get out.
I said, I'm doing
You're like, he takes a quick look at your paperwork and hands it back to you.
I'm getting the feeling that more is less. Less is more, I should say.
Yeah.
More is less.
We proceed.
To the dead stock.
The dead stuff.
Do we know what the dead stock is? I guess we know where it was 300 years ago.
Upstate, man.
And we would go there.
You know Garth still lives there.
So yeah, you got some basic directions from Nedru, and 350 years in Thoza is like 60 years in a human. So like my grandpa used to live there. Things might change a little bit, but it's not likely it's going to be a drastically different city. But you know, as you're wandering through there, you do see like signs. It's one of their high point of sale was like how this house makes a lot of its money is in trading dead bodies and undead. So they want to make it very clear how you get there. And it's not drastically hard to find your way.
As we follow the signs and head towards the dead stock, do we observe what we observe? What's the scene like?
Right. Well,
The fifth house.
so you guys came in. Yeah, the reek is over here. You crossed the channel and you basically just took the main road straight into the first entryway. And the ziggurat for the house is like on the far end.
Gotcha.
And you do notice basically that there is a sort of a swath of area like this that is just an immense corral, like 10 football fields, just zombies.
They're like pigs down there, ready to be.
Can I specifically look for any dwarves? You know, any dwarven features? in these dwarves, or is it
How close,
distinguishable?
how close to the ziggurat can we plausibly get walking along the sort of fence of this corral here?
Well, yeah, walking, following the signs, you do realize that the dead stock is basically about here, and the half on this side is undead, and the half on this side is just dead bodies, and then the equipment rummage is a little further away, a little closer to the gate you came in, but they're all kind of up against the corral.
Okay. I mean, I think we walked to the furthest one, which is like the dead body,
Yeah,
the undead one. So it's like equipment rummage, dead bodies, zombies.
So you're saying start at the far end and like work our way back?
I think our goal is to like be as close to the ziggurat and sort of have a look-see at it. There's no like windows. It's like a stone.
Well, at the base of it, it's all very solid
Yeah.
stone. When you get up a couple of tiers, you can see that there's entryways coming in and out. Some like areas that look like verandas or patios that overlook where you can see seating and stuff like that. But it looks like from what you can tell at the bottom, there's one main entrance.
Gotcha.
And that main entrance has 4 guards.
Yeah, we're not getting there.
Yeah. How tall is the first that sort of first level? Like, does it appear? Is it like vertical? Like, was it 20 feet tall? Was it
About 12.
about 12? Does it appear? Is it rough hewn stone? Does it appear scalable to any degree? Or
I mean, you guys could probably climb it, but it's like, it's a
Totally
large,
exposed.
very flat, like there's not, there's no bushes, there's no,
Yeah.
you know, it's like, you're basically like, there is, yeah, there's like a 10, 15 foot wide road and then up.
Yeah.
And that road just goes all the way around the whole freaking thing.
Gotcha.
So like, there's no hidden nook. There's no,
No.
if you tried to climb the side of it, you'd be very easily visible from anybody
It's larger.
who could see that side of the ziggurat.
Mhm. Gotcha. Okay.
Now you do remember Armin said that he could get you into that,
The corral.
the corral, and that there's an entrance into the ziggurat from the place of the cow.
Totally. Just, you know, just casing the joint, just.
Yeah,
Putting the
the
burns,
the good stuff is.
Yeah, and looking in the corral, it's mostly dark elf
Mhm.
zombies, Durger zombies, troglodyte zombies. Nothing like, nothing unusual.
Yeah. The fun ones, shitty zombies.
Yeah, races you would find in abundance down here.
Gotcha. And so that's all we can see in the corral and the sort of.
I will say that you do not see a single female drow
Oh, yeah.
in there. It's all male,
Uh-huh,
undead male drow.
gotcha.
The Durger and the troglodytes, well, it's hard to tell with troglodytes, but, and they're all naked. It's like body parts kind of falling off.
Yeah, they're dead. They're dead. In this area, is there like staff? Is there somebody to like talk to like, yo, let me look at these zombies, or yo, let me get in that corral. Like, look,
Well, I
let me
mean,
look at their teeth.
there's the dead stock are buildings next to the corral.
Yeah,
And there
gotcha.
is merchandise
Mhm.
in those buildings.
So I think maybe we try to find a salesperson here and just hope them. My mistress has an affinity for surface dwelling zombies.
Yeah, that's what's on.
I'm not seeing anything here. Where are there any?
We're the goods.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not seeing it.
We do a lot of business. So yeah, let's go into the. What's like an auction house? The nice part.
It kind of reminds you more of like a stable.
Gotcha.
And there's these, like some of the undead are kept in like metal cages. Some are kept in more of like a stable with like a collar with a chain around their neck. It just depends. There's obviously some of the places are a little bit more. There's a sort of a raise with a metal fence around it to give you a better view. But like some of the ones that seem to appear to be on a higher stage. One, you guys, I don't know if you'd recognize, maybe Yanni would recognize. It's a bear skeleton.
Gotcha.
That's animated. And there's another one that is sectioned off and has a more prominent position. Looks to be a hill giant zombie. And then in some of the smaller cages, you see a very well preserved dwarven zombie, where it's just like it looks sallow. The eyes are kind of milky white, but otherwise the body looks in good condition. You see one section where there's like 4 or 5 human skeletons, and then there's another like prominent area where it's a female elf zombie that looks almost alive. It was in very good conditions and very.
Yeah. Okay. That shit.
It's like R5D4.
But yeah, I mean, like everything in here looks like it's something that comes from someplace or is hard to get. As whereas everything that's in the corral is just, plentiful, easy to come across.
Do you want to try and talk to somebody?
I am worried that, it's not my forte. And we could talk ourselves into a bad situation.
Well, let's find out.
All right, let's go. Here we go.
Is there anybody around? Is there any like handy staff?
You look around and you do see a male dark elf just kind of standing there, kind of like taking a couple of steps around the bear skeleton, and he looks over at you, and just kind of looks like he's kind of keeping an eye on you. You're not sure if he's trying to be subtle about it, or if he's just not that interested at you anyway. You don't get from a lot of these drow that they're extremely personable, social, or want to interact with other people.
Okay, well, I approach this guy, I guess. Or does he seem like he really doesn't want to talk to us? Like,
You start to approach him, and he sees you walking towards him, and his body language kind of leans back, and he looks over at you and is like, "Is this yours?"
I would, no, this is
This is good.
this is very no.
I'm Journal.
We deal posthumously here. If you want to sell a slave, you probably want to go to.
Durna likes to talk.
And that's important. Why?
independent contractor.
Our mistress has an affinity for dwarves. Is this something you can deliver?
I see a door.
He points.
Specifically, a
one.
team of dwarves.
You have more dwarfs.
More dwarfs.
More dwarfs.
We may have some. For what purpose would I assume you mean surface dwarves? Why wouldn't Durger be
My
sufficient?
mistress keeps this to herself.
Well, for that type of negotiation, she probably want to speak to one of the mistresses of the house and negotiate a larger. You understand, something like that would be a rather expensive exchange, and they wouldn't let us handle something of that magnitude.
Not here. No dwarfs here. One dwarf here.
Very good, Durna. Very good, Durna.
Very good.
Sure enough.
You want to maybe
Yeah,
information?
Okay,
You want to nothing?
let's
Oh,
go. I'm saying all of this.
Oh, Usher's
Relay
like,
to
get the car. Yeah. Get in there.
Okay. I mean, I guess we kind of case joint, got the lay of the land.
Yeah, I think we
Should
should
we
just,
take the scenic route back?
yeah, I think we not necessarily engage many other people and just listen as we leave. See if anything.
Perception check.
Okay, give me perception checks.
37.
30 even.
Listening around, it's not super busy here in the, the undead area. But like a couple of other customers wander in, and there's another a male drow that is haggling with another one of the male drow shopkeepers or whatever you want to call them. And then there's a female drow that comes in with two male drow attendees or whatever, and the male speak with one of the associates, and it goes for a little bit, and then the female drow gets annoyed, and they maybe another quick exchange, and then the male drow that's working there says, I will go get one of the mistresses, and he leaves. But yeah, it's mostly, and that was over the female elf zombie. There's the other one was talking about getting some horse skeletons.
No interest in the dwarf that we could hear.
The dwarf is naked. Does it have any like visible tattooing or like remarkable braiding or ornamentation? Yeah, Prince Eller.
I mean, it's fresh-ish, right? Like it's.
I mean, it's hard. You guys don't have ranks and heal, so you're not really well versed on how quickly things decompose. It's just like it definitely looks dead, but it doesn't look all rotted and falling apart, and like there's no chunks of flesh missing or anything like that. Whereas the elf looks like if it died like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Like it looks almost alive. Aside from the sort of slack body posture and the sort of lackadaisical movement, where you're like, yeah, it looks like a zombie. But I mean, you guys have seen similar stuff when you were trying to keep yokai looking presentable, where
Yeah.
Dakuda was sculpting his corpse back into shape and then casting gentle repose to make sure that he didn't decay. And you get the impression with some of these higher value zombies, you're trying to keep them in as good condition as possible.
So doing a
because-
similar.
Showroom quality.
This is an 87 elf.
They're dusty.
Yeah.
They're
Slow
dusty.
models.
In
Two previous owners.
certified bona fide. Okay, but no visible markings on the dwarf, nothing.
He's got a couple of scars. There's like one sort of like a band around a bicep with like a band, and then just like equidistantly spaced dots in another band. But you're not sure if that's
Yeah.
if that means anything or if it's just decorative.
Okay.
Would you, I mean, I would ask if that meant anything to you at all. Telepathic.
Does it? I mean,
Give me a history check.
What did you say? Nature?
Now, geography.
Jerky.
That's right. 36.
You're thinking it's probably not something that reflects a certain house or clan or something, but that's a tattoo that some dwarves would get, and each dot represents a different mine that they worked in, and the bands suggest that working in an enclosed space, and then the dots would be how many different locations. Having more dots would mean you are more experienced and you've seen more places and you've dug out more minerals. It's
So it's a minor, not a.
apparently.
Yeah, it's an experienced miner, makes sense that they're trying to hawk him. It's probably, I don't know, I assume it's useful when they're dead. Still bad in life.
Well, give me knowledge.
And that would be nature.
Ooh, could I do a religion as well?
Sure.
Just so I feel included.
39.
Oh, well, not that, so I'll just let Mirok tell me.
Welcome to the Near.
So when you're talking about skeletons and zombies, for the most part, what is important is the hit dice of the base creature.
Yeah.
So a human, a dwarf, they would all be about the same, aside from like certain races tend to be stronger than others or whatever. But in this case, like the thing is, like the bear and the horses are probably good because they're hardier. Like horse has like 2 base hit dice, a bear has like 6 base hit dice. So they're tougher, they're more dangerous. Specifically with the dwarf and the elf, you get the impression it's a status thing. Like they would be meant to be kept in good condition, and for whatever reason, somebody buying them might have to use them. They wouldn't retain. He wouldn't know how to mine. He's mindless. They're all mindless.
So no, like muscle there would help with pickaxes.
I mean, it might be that he if he was strong, he would be strong as a zombie. But then some of the other ones, like the humans, might be useful for their size.
Yeah.
Or they're significantly larger than dark elves. But for the most part, yeah, all of the humanoids would be about the same power level of an undead. And none of them would have any special skills or qualities that they retain as being raised as undead.
I feel like we're striking out there.
It's okay. We're doing all right.
This is per part.
We do a bunch of research. And
Yeah.
Pull out our sword.
We've case joint. Let's get out of here and go to, let's try the same thing in House 4. And
Well,
see what we can see.
How much time do we have left on our mental link?
How much time do we have left?
I mean, this is maybe an hour's worth of.
Oh,
I mean, we got 3 hours. Do you think if we just hang out, we might hear something worthwhile? Or do you think we just boogie on over to the 4th house and
How long do you think we can just hang around?
Well,
We're showing.
I think if we order for 3 hours, we'll definitely draw negative attention.
Ucher is like, go to the next house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Move on.
let's scoot.
Okay,
Uh,
Nani doesn't like Uhtred being the mastermind behind this, but sure, let's
Well,
go to the
yeah,
next
you
I will say that given your perception checks and just wandering around and taking a look at things, you do kind of see, because the corral is sunken in and there's a chest high wall that basically surrounds it, and then it looks like it's about 10 or 15 feet down before it gets to this sea of zombies. But looking down towards the ziggurat, you do see that there is a large entrance into the ziggurat and a smaller door beside that. And Bort, you can tell even from here, like there's locks on the doors and stuff like that.
But we have confirmed that Armage was telling us the truth. There is a way.
And heading back out, you can see that over here on this edge, there does appear to be some sort of a great entrance that is locked, but gets in there.
To the girl. Gotcha. Good to know.
That looks like what Armin was telling you about.
Okay. So to the 4th.
We waltzed out through the tunnel, portcullis, past the guy.
All right.
Very casual. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to give a shit about people leaving.
It's great. Cool. Let's go to the 4th house, which is
So yeah, you take the road that you basically go past the Reek area. That road is not, the Reek is not on that road. You take that road and head back to the way that you came into Thoza, and you can get over there to that. You can see that there are similarly multiple gates that go into the district. The main road that you came in on going into is a much larger gate, and it's got several guards at it, whereas some of the other ones are smaller, where it's just like one guy standing next to maybe so it's kind of a small gate for you. If you were as tall as you looked in this illusion, it would be perfectly fine. But it's like, yeah, Bort, you walk through it, you
Got a hunch to get in to have a score. Cool. We are looking for the apothecary.
Yes, correct.
Do we have sort of rough directions from Nedra again?
Sure.
Well,
Well, I mean, yeah,
signs.
Yeah, the apothecary. room.
Well, and you're telepathically bonded.
Keeping our eyes peeled. I guess we head across is this their
That's the district, yeah.
their
The
district?
district wall.
Is there any, on the way in, is there any easy way to sneak in? Is there any obvious, path we could take if we wanted to come back in a sneaky manner?
Give me a perception check.
Decent. 43.
Looking around, you do see areas where, some of the buildings outside of the district get pretty close to the district wall. And, it's interesting because you have a little bit of trouble with this. Your dark vision goes out 60 feet. You know that dark elf dark vision goes out 120. So what is, outside of your range of vision, you know that the dark elves can see twice that far. And this is not, it's always dark here. So it's not a situation where, like, if you wait until dark, you'll have the shadow. Like,
Right. It's
it's
the
always
same.
this way. So trying to figure out how to, you guys are probably much more comfortable figure, okay, when it gets dark and the shadows, like, now you just don't have that as a thing. But it does look like with the right timing, you could probably get over the wall to the other side. There's a couple of places where you might have some cover doing that. But it's, thing is though, like, the ziggurat rises above the district, and then there's a column that comes out of the top of the ziggurat that goes way up. And on that column, there are what looks like perched archers. And there are guards sometimes walking around the tiers of the ziggurat as well. So jumping up and getting over that wall kind of puts you presents you, out in the open from a higher perspective. But there are places where you think you'd have some cover where it would be, like maybe one of the buildings on the inside of the wall is tall enough and might have, but it's not. None of this is.
It's very circumstantial.
None of it is like, oh yeah, this is it. This is great. This is the way you want to do it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It would all depend on like how, like, none of it is a surefire.
Sure.
Everything would be like, how good do we do this, and this is the best place to do it at. But
do we see the apothecary?
you follow Nedra's directions, and you get to a building that in Drow says Tazir Apothecary.
Let's go outside.
Sure.
You go inside. There are a couple of male drow in here who are looking at different things on shelves. And, you know, you two walk in and they immediately just like sneer at Bort. And then they kind of like look down their nose at you for bringing something like that in here.
Do I see any?
I mean, you know, with your sense motive, I know you're getting exactly what they're putting out there. It's like you brought your, you know, messy, dirty dog into the drugstore. You know, that's
He's house trained.
I smile orchestra.
Saying 1, 2.
Is there any sort of like magical items in there that we see, or?
you say that, and then the two customers just like, and they leave. They don't even want to be in here, and you can see the guy behind the counter. I hope that means you're buying something.
Well, we've made some friends. Okay. I'll just ignore him for now, I guess, and peruse. Is there any sort of magical items at all, or is this all just potions and poisons?
Looks like the majority of this is potions. You know, things have marker, like little plaques under shelves, and you know, it says, you know, potion, poison, this kind of poison, this kind of poison. Most of it is different derivations of the same sort of drow poison that knocks you unconscious. You guys were hit by. There are some other poisons that do various other things.
Is the drow poison that knocks unconscious, is the price labeled for potion?
Yeah, it is.
That might be useful. I telepathically say to the group,
See if they have anything that counteracts that.
that could also be useful.
That was kind of big.
I don't need to do that. Yeah, good call.
One problem is I only have 25 Thosian gold. I do have 350 worth of service, but that could give us some net potential.
Yeah, I guess we're inside of the district for that.
Or I could just make the argument that my journo came into my possession with this gold.
I don't know here.
Yeah, it's 75 gold pieces per application.
Okay. Is there any sort of counter agent for sale as well?
Looking around, there are a couple of things. There's some heal potions. There are some like more not magical but more heal skill oriented balms and herbs and stuff like that. But there are a few, look like maybe 10 vials of anti-venom specifically for the drow poison.
Is it a similar price point?
No, they're only 20 gold piece.
Or 20 gold piece? Okay. I think we can probably get a few. Yeah. I guess first I would ask if they can exchange surface coin to the attendant or barter with it.
He holds out his hand.
Sorry, okay. Let me just, I'll take, you said he had 10 of the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take all 10 of those. And I'll hand him, 200 gold pieces.
Okay. He looks at them and takes one and like looks around, pulls out a hammer and smacks it. To see if it like real gold bends, fake gold would shatter. He takes a couple of the gold pieces, pulls out some Thosian gold pieces, puts them on scales. Where are you from?
This gold is from my Durno.
I'm Durham.
That's all I get out of it. Your guess is as good as mine.
Independent contractor.
I didn't ask
I
about
heard
your beast. I asked, where are you from?
Where am I from? Apologies. I don't say that. I say I am from House Orvathis from the Volvari. I'm Kevon.
He says, Corvad.
Orvathis.
His name's Corvad. Introduces himself.
Ah.
My name is Corvad.
I care in no way. I care in no way.
Z, did you have entry papers? Takes a look. He starts like copying down the information. He hands it back. It appears this is fine. I will take it to a money changer later, and if there's anything wrong with it, then I will come looking for you.
You have my information.
And House Taser Ear will find you.
I have no doubt. One last question. My mistress has an affinity for magical rings.
Damn.
Is there
Yeah, do it.
place to purchase such items?
I would suggest you go to the sixth house, Ellen Urit
Mirthrana. They are the ones who tend to do business in enchanted and artificed goods. We are more of a research and theory. It's most of the goods you see here are done by students on their way proceeding along the path of education.
Noted.
And instead of just throwing them out, we try to make some coin. But no, it's the sixth house that does made to order items, equipment, jewelry, that sort of thing.
Very well. Come Durham.
And he says, if you're going to pay with this surface coin, when I exchange the money, I am not going to get full value for it. So I'm going to have to ask them 220.
They're a smash.
Since motive, can it be done for less than this as well? $37.
You get the impression that he's asking for an amount that he thinks he will still get his full share out of. So like he's probably going a little high, but only so high as to make sure that when he comes back, he won't have 195 gold for 200 gold worth of merchandise. So like it's more that he doesn't know for sure the exact exchange rate that he's going to get. So he's asking for enough to where he's fairly certain he will.
Okay.
Like a 10% increase, he's pretty sure he'll get the full amount back. Okay.
Yeah, I'll pay the.
It doesn't look like he's trying to scam you, but it does look like he's erring high on the side of caution.
Okay. I would try to say something along the lines of, you know, if we do business in the future, are we sure it's a 20 gold, surcharge for any surface?
If we do business in the future, I suggest you exchange your money somewhere else, and then you just pay the appropriate costs when you buy from me.
Very well. Come Durham.
And dirty.
I am there.
Okay.
Anything tonight.
It's okay.
I mean, again, we take the sort of circuitous route back to the theater.
Yeah, I would say we drag our feet,
Mhm.
listen, look around, just anything.
I mean, you do get from, give me perception checks.
Ooh, 18 on the die.
Sounds terrible.
45.
It's gonna be 31.
All right, so what was yours again?
Let me do the math. 45, yeah.
45, okay.
5 from. Just a line up.
Okay, so, yeah, you do get that this ziggurat has an entrance on each wall, whereas you only saw one entrance at the other house. And this is more of a like, each entrance has 2 guards, except for the one facing the main gate, which, you know, like the path from outside of the city goes straight to the ziggurat. That one has 4 guards, and it's a larger gate. It looks like you can actually like ride a wagon or something into it.
Do I get the sense that the multiple entrances is exploitable in any way, or?
Well, there's fewer guards, there's smaller entrances. You know, and the other one is a main thoroughfare. It's like the road's 20 feet wide. The gate is like 15 feet wide. 2 of the carts that you've seen down here could pass side by side going into the ziggurat. So like that one's just way more visible. The 3 on the other sides of the ziggurat are much less obvious. And maybe the one on the north side seems to be the least visible from exterior points. Bort, you do notice that there are sewer grates in some areas.
Okay.
And you don't know what that would necessarily, like how that would necessarily connect, or, but you know, like you know that you notice sewer grates.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You've been in sewers before.
Oh,
You know how that works.
I'm trying to think how
Sewer guy.
sewers function in the city that has subterranean levels, like.
Oh, yeah.
There's a leak in the ceiling, it's the sewer above us.
Yeah. Well, we're all just a sewer for something above us.
we all live down the street.
Yeah,
Shit.
I fucking love.
Shit rolls downhill.
I mean, it's a medieval, you know, city society. There's sometimes you just throw your chamber pot out on the sidewalk and let the gutter take it into the sewer.
Love that.
You know,
Yeah, I love how like evil and nasty and everything else, and they're still very sophisticated in the way they work some things out.
It's all about stats.
I mean, it is very like everything is constantly damp here. And from time to time, walking around, like you do, like a drop of water hits you on the head. And it's just, you know, leaving the bedrock on the ceiling and dropping down. It's just
Sweat, all the body is sweating, it's freaking humidity in the air.
Condensing, dripping,
Yeah, so their own ecosystem.
like,
A lot of mushrooms down there.
Yeah.
A lot of mushrooms.
Cool. Okay.
nothing else of.
yeah, here and there, like in the like tucked in the crevice of gutters and stuff. See mushrooms growing. Different kinds.
Okay. Sewers exist. Gates, guards.
North side.
All right. Let's mosey on back to the reef.
Yeah, we're probably. No.
Yeah, by the time you get back to the reef, the telepathic bond starts to is near its end.
Good stuff, I think, great company, phone call,
Believe me, we could go. I think we could let Mario rest and, you know, do the bar.
Yeah.
Without having to be telepath.
Well, hopefully.
Well, I mean, you know,
Oh, this all happens
Simultaneous.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, so you've been sitting in
And-
the bar.
Yeah.
like while you guys are recognizing that it's now morning to you, it doesn't really seem like there's a significant morning, daytime, nighttime rotation here. That if anything, like people might take shifts on when they sleep and how they progress through their day. But the city seems to maintain a sort of consistent
Just constant.
Mardi Gras.
level of activity. Exactly.
I sleep.
Maybe we start this about 27 miles down.
Mardi Gras.
You sleep from Brand to Ulan.
Okay. Recon. We did it.
We survived.
Yeah.
We didn't start a fight with anybody.
Ooh, I have 10 anti-knockout things.
Good.
Would distribute those, yeah, accordingly. Also, my gambling funds are getting low,
Two anti-knockout.
so. I noticed no one, mentioned anything about that, that's cool.
Is gambling funds be one?
They're getting low, they're getting low.
Mm.
Fascinating. Yes.
I
too sat.
So, we're done. Maybe go over to post something.
Then I think it's, yeah, probably just a quick perception check.
Yeah.
Just,
If we notice,
you're supposed to get as drunk as you got skipped, whatever.
Oh, right, Durner is supposed to enjoy alcohol.
Yeah.
ooh,
Well, you already, ruined
this
that.
is gonna be an issue. Hopefully no one there has a keen eye on us.
One thing I do want to say about the antitoxin is it's you take it before you get poisoned, and it'll last about an hour, and the poison won't work while you're under the effect. It's not like your friend's
quick
knocked out
action.
and you give it to them. It's not, something that kind of has to be absorbed into the system. And
Right, but I mean, if we know we're going into a combat situation, it is a nice self-buff.
Yeah.
And the label or the title of it is the Neophyte Safety Blanket.
The neophyte safety blanket.
And it's used for when the drow are learning how to poison their weapons,
Yeah.
that they don't poison themselves, or that when they do poison themselves, they don't knock themselves out and then fall head first onto a knife.
Everyone take your NSBs.
So, yeah.
Maybe behind that.
NSB, the NSB.
Yeah.
What's going on? Is the Mothra bar?
The what?
Well, the Mothra or
It is
What is that?
it is a amorphous community space that has not opened yet.
okay.
Oh, Largo's Tower of 1,000 Years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of.
Largo's Tower of 1,000 Beers is still
It's
under
one of those things
construction.
of like, it seems to have good vibes, but it hasn't materialized.
Has been hanging around for like 2 years.
Right.
All right, so
So
I roll perception check in this bar. I
All right.
guess to pick up on any.
all right. So yeah. Roll a bluff and a perception.
My telepathic link would say, Uhtred, you can't speak. You have no tongue.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that is a 19 on the die plus 18.
Well, wait, no, you gotta roll 2, right, instead of.
And a bluff.
Okay. What the same? Each one. I don't do bluffs. It's an 8.
Okay, so that's a 5.
Okay.
If only
You
the
should get a minus
19
3.
was good.
What does that mean? Is it
All right, and Mirok, you're there with him?
Yep.
Okay, give me a perception check and a bluff check.
Perception's 13.
Perception is red.
Oh, that's how you want it to be. If it had to be.
Perception, what is it?
Perception is red.
Better than me.
Well,
It's maybe a 17 on my perception. To be a 36 on my bluff.
so yeah, it went exactly the way we
Yeah,
thought it
it
would.
was.
Mirock can't see in front of past his nose, and Uhtred keep bluffing.
So yeah, you and Uhtred, get some
Damn.
Yeah, hold my hand, guide me to the bar.
get some ales. You sit at a table and just kind of keep your ears open, listening for anything going on. Mirok, one of the primary things you hear is Uhtred, glug glug glug.
Yeah.
You're like kicking him under the table and telepathically telling him, "We're not enjoying this."
Oh, God.
Yeah, there's just like a couple of times where, you know, you're sitting there in silence, you know, keeping in mind that you don't have tongues.
Yeah.
And then you see like Uhtred lean over and go,
Yeah. No.
telepathically, like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. But yeah, most of your time is spent keeping Uhtred on point.
Okay.
You do hear some other people in the bar, some Durger, being like, shit sucks.
None of it's their fault. For sure.
This is the worst beer in the worst tavern I have ever been.
I'm loving it.
Like, yeah, it's all negative. It's all negative.
And they're not like talking about their events. They're
Enjoying
not talking about like their feelings, not like, oh, today the boss.
Yeah.
Like they're just being quiet and suffering.
You know what the worst thing about slavery is? The hours and the pay.
Yeah, so like this is not really a bar to overhear people.
Uhtred, you're significantly better perception check. You're, you know, in between moments when you forget yourself and Mirak has to correct you, you manage to pick up a little bit of the bartender talking. Specifically, he goes outside and talks to another drow who's delivering something. And, you know, there's more talk of like General Thozen, what you call it, you know, goings on. Trying to think what would, if anything, be useful to you that they would have knowledge of.
Yeah, I'm easily manipulated. How are you feeling? I usually manipulate when I have keys in the entire fourth state. I am the cousin that no one likes. You trust him.
You get a bit of their conversation does relate to the undead corral. And the guy says he has to move some stuff over there before a certain time because that's when they kind of do a flush, and it's like the busy time of the day for that corral area where there's a lot of people working, and he needs to get some food there before they start that because he needs to feed them before they do that work. But basically you get information as to this would be a bad time to try to go through that area because there's going to be a lot of workers who actually have their eyes on that corral of undead. And you get the impression that it's a daily thing, that he delivers food there every day at the same time. And then immediately after that, there's an amount of effort and activity on the corral where that would be the worst time of the day to try to pass through there and do anything.
So that's the time. So we're gonna do it.
And probably the best time of the day would be when he's delivering that food because all the people that work there are eating.
To the group, hey, 3 p.m. he's there. Ooh, 4 p.m. they're eating.
What if you just say that?
Well, all he said, but like, yeah, they're taking the food there at 3 p.m. to the undead.
Would it be possible for Mirak to assume that role?
Be that guy? I think it's the better move is just to be undead. And like, so what do we gain from like, I'm the dude that you know super well, but I'm slightly different today.
Well, I mean, this is the distraction.
Yeah.
You know that when this guy shows up for about an hour, all the people that kind of work in that vicinity are not going to be paying attention. They're going to be eating instead.
Maybe you can be bigger. Like we like put spicy stuff on their hoodies.
I'll just know, like, you ring home in with.
And then,
things.
before I start doing this, if we go there and I detect undead, you know, clearly there's tons of undead, but would that allow me to see? Like, would it, I'm picturing in my mind the undead, like, turn into like light kind
They're
of,
like predator vision.
and then the not undead, so we can kind of get an idea of how many not undead soldiers are there. Are they just like a little darker, or do I not even notice them at all?
Oh, in the corral, there's nothing but undead.
Well, I guess I was just like trying to like around the area, like
Like, could you get it like
a
a guard?
guard
sense?
sense, but by using the detect undead, but to see, you know.
I mean,
how many
you know,
guards.
Yanni and Bort saw the guards
Oh,
with their normal vision.
But like, I think it's a good question. It's like, we're surrounded by undead. It's like, okay, good. They're probably still eating. And then you see a couple of like non-undead shapes approach. Just like, here they come, boys. And you kind of see them through the undead.
yeah, that's what I.
Yeah.
Right, but
we
the
all-
impression, and then like you guys were there and you looked into the corral, and the corral was all undead.
Yeah, I was just
Yeah.
curious on that.
So
And I mean, like when he's relating this information to you guys, you're thinking they're probably talking about like the guys who are up on the walls with like long hooks, dragging like pieces of undead out of the pit and dragging it up. Like they don't go down there.
Yeah.
This is a bunch of uncontrolled undead.
Oh, yeah.
Loose zombies.
Yeah.
Ravenous.
So like, you know, I mean, whether or not the drow are totally cool with undead and using them for different purposes, they're not going to get into a pit with 1,000 of them because they will die. They will, the undead, if they are not under something's control, will attack any living thing and try to destroy it.
Foreshadowing.
And you know, Mirak, you know well enough that you know a caster can only control so many undead.
Yeah.
You can't, you know, control.
Can control 10 of them.
Yeah, so I don't know, I mean, I think three PMs the feed
So, I mean,
Yeah.
can you just like kill all?
I mean, I can channel positive energy. Probably wouldn't kill all of them. Depends on how many hit that I have.
You'd wipe out a fuck ton,
Yeah.
but
It would be like,
it would be very obvious.
yeah, be like, look at
That
that.
one of those football fields
Yeah.
just, except for the 6 standing there going.
That was crazy.
Hey.
That must have been some kind of donut burst.
I am Durno.
I'm Birdo.
And then we fight just like we always should.
Just bringing gear on.
He's probably gonna make an appearance, ruin our plans.
Probably gonna be like a fucking leader of like some.
Yeah.
He just wandered into the swamp.
Oh, the guy that you would let us kill?
Board
No, my guy, my Daryl, my Daryl.
Hi Daryl. Hi Daryl. Daryl.
Who was the guy you wouldn't let us kill that you were like, that was the goblin? Was it the goblin, or what, so you were like, you will never do anything that you really did? Like, back then, it was like, so you want to eat?
That was in this case. That was in the
Yeah, that guy
That was a giant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were like, you will never do anything evil again, you will never harm another, yeah. That was like, so you started it.
Yeah, he probably did.
He
For
could
14
just
days.
meditate and live off
It has
universe
only been like
juice.
Yeah, he's still out there. Not
Yeah.
anything, but, like,
He's out there starving fast.
We
yeah,
can
he's
summon
starting.
him.
He's just getting really, 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 really amazing.
He's cutting. He's in a cutting phase.
Yeah, he's got like a fucking an
Or
event.
it's just leaning out. Yeah, he's got to look good.
The slowest death possible. Where we just wanted to kill him.
All right. So while you're relating this information, both Mirak and Uhtred, you guys see 4 male drow kind of like walk into the building, and one who's wearing this black sort of carapace, looks like it's made out of some kind of chitin or chitin.
It's the bug man.
Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's on the.
he walks directly to the barkeep and leans in close, and the barkeep seems like, oh shit. And they, he says something, and like while the important looking guy is talking, the barkeep kind of looks at you and then points down the hallway towards Nedru's.
Here we go. Time to shine.
Ain't no strider here.
And
Which
the-
insinuates to Uhtred, the bartender wants me to talk to the bug guy.
No.
Don't do that. No.
Do you let
me know? Yeah, I really mentioned that there's 4 guys coming. It looks like the one with the bug helmet is the leader, and the bartender is very intimidated by him.
Okay. Here we go.
So the guy wearing the armor goes back to one of the other 3 male drow and kind of gives a nod, and that guy straightens out his clothing and heads past you guys down the hallway, and then Largo, you're in there with Nedru, and you hear a knock on the door.
Conviction.
And Nedru gets up and starts walking towards the door and stops and says, and she like goes back and like sits on the chair and tries to look posh or something.
And I open the door.
He looks at you for a second, and he looks down at the floor, kind of like trying to figure out where Nedra is, faces her, and says, "Mistress, I request, or House Teza Ear requests an audience. Would you speak to one of my mistress's emissaries?"
Do I hear anything in my head?
Nedru just she says, yes, send him in. But I only have one associate with me. Do not enter my chamber with more than that. And he like bows, like at no point does he make eye contact. You think he might see her shoes.
Yeah.
And then he bows and walks backwards out of the room. And you guys see him come back. He talks to the guy in the armor. And the guy in the armor stops and thinks for a second. Points at one of the other guys, gestures them to come, and then says, you two stay out here. And then they head back towards the room. You hear another knock at the door.
Before I answer it, I say, we will evaluate the character of these drow together. And if you tell me to dominate, I will dominate. You're in control here. Just let me know what you think the best way to move forward is, and then I open the door.
So the man in the armor looks, comes in, kind of like scans the room, doesn't make eye contact with Nedru, but does like do a sweep of the room, sees you, and like just, you're getting really tired of it, but anytime one of the drow looks at you, like a sneer happens.
Yeah.
It's like it just
right now.
But yeah, he like does this really quick sneer. He looks and he looks over his shoulder at the other guy, and the other guy like steps into the room, and stands next to the door with his eyes down and his hands folded. And the other guy takes a couple of steps towards Nedru and then kneels and bows and says, "My name is Jorlin of House Teza Eard.
This is the chitinous guy?
Forgive the intrusion without invitation, but we heard that there was some business you had of interest with our house. My mistress has sent me to evaluate whether this is something of value that we should pursue. Is there, and he like gets, I'm getting lost for a second.
I'm talking, it's you talking to yourself. I'm here with you, but.
Did I see you? No. Oh, that's it. Must be nice.
May I ask your name?
Um,
And she responds. I'm Dilathen of House Carvoreth from the Empire of Lothar. And it is true, we have some items that may be of interest to House Teza Eard. While we are here to do business with House Venard de Tasso, we were willing to explore other mercantile opportunities. And then like in your head, like, good.
yeah, and I'm going, this is good. This is good. Just if they want to see it, just signal to me and I will give you the wand, the real wand. No illusory bullshit here. Let's
The
evaluate
rod,
the rod
yeah, okay.
and let's.
Because you have a wand, no, you don't have a wand. That would be a whole different thing.
And I do say like, I would like to roll a sense motive and I would request that she does as well to see if this guy is, I don't mean the metagame here, but I want to see if he is wise or intelligent. Interesting word choice. And I have a 17.
I think he's looking for a scale of 0 to 20 on both of those.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Nedru. Just like he seems legit. Most male drow don't really have magical aptitude. And he says, well, is there any information that I might bring to my mistress to preface any sort of dealings? This inquiry has come unannounced, and of course, all consideration and caution are in order in such circumstances. And she gestures to you.
Okay, I hand over the wand, and as I do so, I say, shall I dominate this drow?
Say,
Not in my head.
she says, are we concerned about the one at the door? And she accepts the rod. And she like takes a minute to examine it. It's just like you getting the impression she's trying to look a little more haughty and officious. She's not just going to take something from you and hand it directly to him.
Okay, I say in my head, I go, do something crazy, like say like, witness me, and then I'll fucking dominate both of them. Both. Witness me.
Yeah, what's the point of her saying that?
Because there's a possibility that the lesser guy could notice that I'm fucking doing something with my hands, like run.
She says, go to the far side of the room. And when you get there, I will try to get their attention.
And I'm speaking gibberish.
Like the guy at the like for a second, you get like a short like cast a glance look from the guy in the armor, and then the guy at the door is also kind of like he's trying to keep his eyes down, but he's looking at you. And she
I'm just not getting how to be a screw.
she hands the guy in the armor the rod, and he takes it, and then she says, turn up your gaze. I want to see your eyes and make sure that you are not attempting to deceive me here. And then she, as soon as she says that, she looks at the guy at the door, you too. And then they both kind of like snap their attention and look up at her, eyes wide.
Do you think?
Here we go, baby. So it's gonna be over. I mean, it's gonna DC 29 to believe that it is a real dominate spell, and then DC 29 to resist being dominated.
Okay.
And if they're not like fucking superhuman or roll really high, there's no chance against.
All
This is our
right. So
This is our toothpick.
you cast the spell, and you do feel like this telepathic connection form between you and the man in the armor.
Okay.
The guy at the door does like look like he's looking at Nedra because she told him to look at her, but he's also looking at you like, what did you just do?
Yeah.
What was that?
I dominate him too.
Yeah, I mean he's just a fucking page.
Yep.
So yeah, you managed to assume mental control.
All right.
At this point, I go to the dude wearing the armor and I say, take your underling with you, exit this room, ask your other underling to enter this room so that all three of you will be in the room together. I think I can get them all. Okay. This four.
You know, like you say that, Nedra says, do you want to take the chance that one of them will succeed? You have two in the hand.
All right.
You want to see
One in the bush.
two drow and then.
Okay. So I say, hold that. Forget that.
like the one they both get up and then they stop.
Stay here for a moment.
And she says, perhaps now that we have this, we can get some information and then decide to move further.
I tell them to answer my questions 100% honestly. And then in drought, I say, do you know of 4 magical rings stored somewhere in your house? There's 4, right? Right, it's just the 4th house. There's 4, yeah.
Really high.
The guy in the armor says, the ladies of our house have many magical rings.
Largo was not here during the session in question.
That's all we do.
Yeah.
Are there rings where are rings kept and they're not on?
Or the most powerful rings you're aware
I'm
of.
gonna ask that question, but I'll also ask another question first. Is there a set of 4 rings that are always together or known to be related?
The matriarch has such a set.
The matriarch has such a set. Do she like them? And if so, how much? Does she covet these rings?
That's right. They're precious.
That's right. Precious is.
He says she received them as a gift and has worn them once.
She won them once. Has she changed since
Where
she
she
won
came
them?
from.
Is it possible for you to go get them? without being caught.
I have no idea where they are.
Who knows where they are?
The matriarch and perhaps some of her attendees.
Are you a trusted servant?
They have never had any reason to doubt my loyalty.
Who's your boss? Who's your direct boss?
Yeah, who your boss be?
My mistress is Silapa.
I might do more else.
She is the third mistress within the house.
Is there a way you can think of that we could possibly trade for these rings? Is there a way that the existence of these rings could become known to us in a legitimate fashion, and we could barter for them?
I don't know our mistress's minds or the matriarch's mind on these. I have no idea whether she'd be willing to part with them or under what circumstances.
Tell them to assess.
No, hold on. Who gave the matriarch these rings?
They don't know the mind of her. Right.
It was an envoy from another empire who was requesting assistance in a project, the specifics of which I am not privy.
It was my road all along.
Oh, Mira appears in the room. Can you get us an audience with your mistress?
He reaches into his satchel and pulls out an ivory disc that's filigreed and encircled in silver, and places it on the floor and places his hand on it.
Hold on. What is that?
He says, "It is an audience with my mistress."
Hold off for just a moment.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
I was over here, I do it,
Okay.
do it.
All right, yeah. So like you see some of the runes start to light up, and then he moves his hand, and they.
And then I say, for future reference, can is it possible? And may is will it be so now? Do you understand the difference between the two in this moment?
Yes.
Okay. I look at Nedder and I say, what were your thoughts on this? And then I say, Mira, come on.
Isn't there two other? Oh, you're coming. You missed me. Oh, you're coming.
All right.
But then there's gonna be two other fucking brown that might follow you. If
Why would
you
they,
follow
why would they
us.
follow us?
Come up to the room.
I say do it, yeah.
Are there guards open still? Are there
There.
other party members?
There's two more.
What do I see in the hall when they get up there?
Empty hall.
Where are the two guys?
They're at the bar.
They're back. They're like at the door
Oh,
to the bar. They
sick.
didn't go anywhere near.
we walk in.
Alright. I say, these are our new friends. They're willing to do pretty much anything that we desire, and they're certainly willing to answer any questions we may have. I've already related you the questions and the answers they provided. Do you have any follow-up And let's be as brief as we can.
I forgot Volker at the bar. And then.
Well, you forgot Volgren at the bar and Largo's like, Volgren, come here.
Oh, right. I forgot about my
We have many, many suggestible friends.
Yeah, I won't listen to that, sorry. Questions, I mean, so it sounds like
I'll feed them.
we want
Okay.
to get as close to the matriarch as possible.
Yeah.
The easiest way to do that is to be accepted into her house as guests and all that stuff, so we need to show her that we're legit. I think right now, the main thing is for him to reach out to his matriarch and say, yeah, that's legit, then, you know, stuff down at comprehension, I suggest we put them up at our house, like damage and previously, if that's the thing, we were trading with them.
Okay.
So
I don't know, I want to phrase that.
could you
I
say,
don't know.
take the rod and pretend you weren't dominated? Like, is that?
They're gonna say that.
Yeah, they're gonna say dominated.
Right, but like, act like your
Yeah.
normal self and.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can tell them to act normal, right? That got something within you.
Without the
You can
knowledge.
tell them to,
Yeah,
but the dominate has an effect on the way they behave.
yeah.
And someone can tell that their friend is a little zombified.
Yeah.
So it's not a guarantee that it's noticeable. But it's a possibility. I'm just letting you know.
I think what we got asked to is if we're gonna get like a meeting with this lady.
Yeah.
That we know, what are traps or like what are the secrets about this house that we should know?
Yes.
And then, yeah, the securities, and then who in this house can pick up on our stuff, like who should we look, who are the second commands that we need to
Yeah, ask the
worry
question.
about?
Yeah, ask the question. And yeah, I'm down because you're more tactically minded. So I think you can ask the question in a better way than I can. I give the floor to you. He will answer. For the next 2 weeks, he is our best fucking buddy.
Yeah.
We can bone him if we want to.
So
No,
where's your
bring it up, that's the. But
Yeah, I agree.
keep it in mind.
You know, security detail, what are we looking at, basically?
It is a different thing.
And, track all the security questions, and then the hierarchy of who runs these, who do we look out for?
Well, he says if you're escorted inside, there will be no traps that you need to worry about up until, and like depending on whether she wants to or not, he could attempt to get you an audience with his mistress, who is the third lady of the house, not the matriarch. He can't attempt to go above that. But he can, if you have a legitimate item for sale and she's interested, getting Nedru and your retinue in there would basically be assumed.
But I guess what I'm just curious to is like, if we're walking in, and I know this is kind of, you can make this up or whatever, but if we're walking in and we see so and so, is he gonna make us right away and be like, you know what I mean? Like, is there anyone that we need to be like, let's take another hallway? Let's.
All of the ladies of the house can see magical auras all the time.
Can the third mistress grant an audience with the mistress, or does she have to go through the second mistress to go?
She could grant an audience with the matriarch.
Would it
If
raise-
she could go and ask the matriarch to.
Yeah, she can say no, but like we don't have to go up the ladder, so to speak.
would it raise suspicion if we proclaimed knowledge of the rings? Or is it something that is known outside just the house? I'm not trying to go there. I'm trying to contact the third mistress. I'm trying to say like, hey, we want to give you this fucking rod. In exchange, we want these 4 rings.
Sure.
Done.
Yeah, that's an option.
I think that's, the dragon knows about it. How did he find out about it, right? Like,
It's really bad, bro.
what the?
Like
Lord,
you're kind of asking this guy stuff that he.
Yeah,
doesn't
yes.
know.
Okay, I think we risk.
I think that's what I was like.
Well, he doesn't know if the rings are like public knowledge.
Well, couldn't we just phrase it as we're willing to
I mean,
trade?
like,
magical
what
items?
you know, he knows because there's a sort of court, and you know, the rings were presented as a courtly gift, and he was present for that. But I mean, it's sort of an obscure reference.
Right. But if it was a courtly gift, like there's a paper trail, right? Like it wouldn't be like unknown.
I think with Dan's saying it's like we walked into his house.
We all
like I went in there and I
should-
was like, I have that Neighbors Inn house downstairs, and you know I've never seen it. Like, yeah, maybe either, but it's like that's kind of weird. That's if you already knew about
Right.
that, right? Like it's an obscure thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It would.
Was telling them.
Well, if nothing else, that level of interest and that direct questioning would make them seriously consider exactly what those rings are and have much more interest.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like someone you've never met before comes to your house and is like, hey, that television you have,
Downstairs.
can I buy that from you?
Right.
And you're like, why do you want that television?
How about this? Alternate.
Not to mention, the rod is nowhere near the value of those rings.
Yeah.
And you like those rings, I think from what the dragon told you, give a +5 protection bonus.
But they also the ground
And they-
had no idea how.
Right. But a +5 ring of protection
Yeah.
would be more valuable than that rod.
Yeah.
Like, I think double. So like that, even if they didn't know the extraneous stuff, they would probably know the baseline bonus of those.
Yeah, I think we come in with small potatoes, a rod, to bargain, and we create an audience with the matriarch. Once we're in front of the matriarch,
We start blasting.
start blasting. I think that's where we're like, those rings you have, right? She has them. It's like, well, actually, you know what? How about those? You know, like it's kind of like a large font. I mean, we have to pony up something.
Well, I think we gotta pony up more than that rod though to get that far.
Largo offers himself.
Problem solved. Uhtred will have sex with whoever he has to.
Largo legitimately offers himself.
I don't like that.
No, but that's smart. Because Largo can just,
I mentioned or the fuck out of there.
yeah. I think we give them Largo, we bring him in front to do a demonstration.
Yep.
And then that's where if we get caught in magical auras, and also someone figures out that he's dominated. It's like, yes, he is the actual asset. Why else are you gonna have this bumbling strength 11 loser with us?
Yeah.
He's incredibly powerful. Largo, show them what you done with these two guys.
I think you want the rings.
Mhm.
We make it known that we think those rings are extraordinarily powerful. Here's a 14th level sorcerer's for Nevlin in exchange for those rings.
They have to have some way to counter dimension door for you to get out. Like, I don't like offering you up. I am partial to Largo, okay? He's my buddy.
Why do we care so much about this dragon? Oh, hey, this dragon wants these rings.
Well, because I think we want the rings and then we want to kill a dragon. But
Kill
we
the dragon.
need to lure him somewhere with like, oh, I'm gonna give you some death.
Well, maybe we team up with these people.
No,
No.
they're slavers.
Also, it's gonna be hard to team up with them and be like, hey, what's some of those 9-bit dwarves you got?
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, we need to do both of these things. And I think
I like,
Alright.
I can remain as once they know that I'm a powerful magical caster, they're going to find me and they're going to prevent me from speaking.
Sure, yeah.
I have silent spell and dimension door is purely verbal.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Largo is comfortable offering up himself. I think we need an audience with, I asked Nedru, do you feel comfortable having an audience with like the third most powerful person in the major house? That we kind of need to do that now.
Uhtred dragon.
I could. The third mistress, maybe, but not the matriarch.
I think that we keep it matriarch free as long as we fucking can, and you grow some balls.
Well, we keep it matriarch free and gain some confidence talking to the third mistress. If I can come up with a script in your head. And this is,
Yeah.
or if you feel comfortable, I could, and then I crack my neck, speak through you. I don't like that. I don't like a lot of stuff going on.
I love it. Let's go.
Just like puppeteering all these things.
I don't think that's
possible.
Maybe.
Weird out.
She says, if you suggest that again, our contract is over.
Understandable. Do you understand why I suggested it once though? Just putting it out there.
Yeah.
I think that your ego does not comprehend how powerful a matriarch of one of these houses is.
But, and I'm.
You think that you can go in there. These are errand boys.
Yeah.
You will not be able to do this.
Well, I'm glad you're part of the discussion.
Not be able to do what?
Just go in there and make these things happen as though they're trivial obstacles.
Yeah,
If you give yourself to the matriarch of that house, she will own you until you die.
Well,
And she is 100% capable of doing so.
Thank you for your input. So it's a bad plan.
so so she's aware, she thinks it's a bad plan. We're trying to steal from a matriarch. What are your thoughts on that?
See.
My thoughts on this are, I knew I was getting in over my head when I came out here. I did not expect a dragon. I knew we were going to be stealing from a matriarch. I did not know we would have to go into what was my old house,
Yeah.
or that my little sister is now the matriarch of that house.
So it comes to my bedroom, keeper of secrets.
Okay, given the familial ties,
I'll kill her for you.
can we
Just
get an
roll in.
audience?
Yeah, just roll in there and say.
Can we get an audience? Just like, we got into some shit, there's a dragon trying to kill us, like, let's be buddies here. Can we?
My
Can we-
name means one without a place.
Okay, yep, so that's a no.
Yeah, she's.
And I come from the years. I know what that means.
I would imagine that if she found out I was still alive and I had returned to Thoza, she would kill me personally.
Okay.
Well, we won't let that happen.
How did your younger sister become stronger than you?
She wasn't trapped in an amulet for 350 years.
That'll happen.
Also fair.
That'll
That was
happen.
a purgatory.
For 350 years?
Time didn't exist.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta, between a rock and a hard place, so Nedru can
Yeah.
continue to help us. Unless I can change my semen so that you.
She's not using her face in Thoza.
You feel comfortable speaking to the third matriarch. Do you think that we could do this deal just through the third matriarch, and then what should we offer up as trade? Or should we just roll in there? Because at this point, like all of our fact finding mission has fallen pretty flat. It's just seeing like it's going to be the old school roses are red rolling guns.
We go through the
Yeah.
north side tower, okay? I've got that much nailed down.
Yeah, at this point.
Perhaps the north side is the way we leave.
I've got the north side nailed down as the way we do.
Well, good sewer.
Because,
Sewer entrance.
you know, Bug Armor Man here is our ticket in. The question is, do we get him to take us in, and do we actually meet the third mistress?
Right.
Or do we get him to take us in and then we head for my sister's section of the ziggurat and attempt to how we could attempt to do this one at a time and take out the third mistress and use that as pretense. Maybe she would have information and you might be able to do something with her. But no, you know that there are spells that just make people immune to mental control.
So I would like to ask a question and roll a sense motive as I do so on Edru. Worst case scenario here, are you comfortable? Will you interfere if we have to kill your sister? Will you prevent that in any way or harm on your previous house?
I don't care if harm on the house, but I have a defect as a dark elf where I do care about my sister. Last time I saw her, she was a child, and she was still, to a drow extent, an innocent creature. I can't imagine that she has stayed that way, but it would be very difficult for me to see. And I could stomach seeing her beat down, but I don't know if I could stomach seeing her killed.
Then I better not go.
Well, and on the same token, if you kill Drow Matriarch,
Problems.
you will not leave this city.
You don't kind of become like a drone.
We all have penises. That's going to be one.
You
problem. None of us
will
are drow.
immediately.
You kill the leader, you don't become said leader.
No, you'll draw the immediate attention of the Empress.
Yeah.
Will she immediately know if a life force is being
Big bar or
removed?
the Empress.
The
level.
Empress is
1,000 years old.
Very
Yeah.
much assume.
A dragon.
That's what I was just
very
saying.
old. She is. I would not be surprised if she knew, like if she had some sort of spell or power to know the second that one of the matriarchs dies. That would not surprise me that she has that within her purview.
Maybe the Empress is the red dragon.
What me again?
Well, I was gonna say maybe she is a different dragon.
Listen,
Should we use the red dragon's threat on our lives for the rings at all? Should we make this knowledge
No,
to anyone Thosi?
I don't think so.
They're evil. We're gonna fuck
listen,
them.
Yeah,
talk
but we're evil and evil here.
Talking
We've already
to
made a deal with a
Caesar.
slave guy.
I think you
For
got
500 gold and
Yeah, probably.
Ooh.
that Trevor says that. I think we game time decision whether or not we sneak into the matriarch's chambers or go through the third mistress.
I think we gotta
I think we
get-
have to
yeah.
we gotta get in there and see what it's like. And I think we go now.
What it seems like is we need to do the fourth house now
Yeah, let's do the fourth
and
house
then
right.
go zombie farming or whatever after.
As
that.
quickly and as dirtily as possible.
Immediately, yeah.
Yeah, they use the sewers to get around.
I don't know if they do. I just saw
You know, there's that.
Well, we didn't see that in the fifth house.
I would assume they go. to-
Well, I mean, you know that there's a canal that separates where the fourth house is from the fifth house.
There's no way to
So-
cross that.
Probably that's. I mean, maybe the sewer system would go under the canal, but that seems
Well,
like a.
What if we had a magical dwarven creature that could move stone with a fall?
Well, I'm just thinking.
Volgrim wasn't one of those. You killed the ones that could move stone.
Oh, this guy.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
I'm this guy.
Slate.
Yeah, okay, I'm just thinking, yeah, we get it, but just keep in the back of mind, just how do we get from house 4 to house 5?
The North Tower.
Carefully.
Once, if we're not killing the matriarch, dropping her to 0 and letting her bounce back, then that clock to do what we need to do between 4 and 5.
Yeah, on a metagame level, we're probably gonna battle the matriarch.
Of one house or the other. It's going to happen.
Or both.
It would be cool to battle the matriarch of the fifth house and not the fourth, if we could possibly trade for these zones. But I think first step is we get in there, we get into the house, we try to get an audience with somebody, and then we figure out, okay, do we fucking work with this person, or do we go like, all right, we got like orcs sneaking into the matriarch's bed chamber?
Stealing the rings.
Or is she wearing them?
Bait and switch.
No, she's only wearing them once.
Yeah, I don't think she makes
Yeah.
these people can see magical auras constantly.
That's
So
just,
the-
we're just
Is
gonna have
our,
to.
so is our gear a problem? Do we need to shed it?
Oh,
No.
You know, if we shed our gear, we may as well be.
we are.
I'm still a fast as fuck monk boy. I can get around.
Could stop and see if there's any scrolls or spells that would hide them for us. But like.
That'll be in the fourth house.
If one of the mistresses sees that my retinue is equipped the way you are, it's only going to reflect highly on me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
You take care of us, so to speak.
Well, I mean, until you start fucking around, they're going to assume that I am just very important and I am worthy of having a personal guard that has your quality of equipment on them. The only thing I'm concerned about is the illusory auras.
Yeah.
Those might raise, like, illusory auras on me would not be a surprise because many of the drow matriarchs use illusions to make themselves look different or better or what have you. But that my entire retinue is under a powerful illusory aura might draw suspicion. So
Well,
it's
we-
a situation that we want to move quickly through.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like we can remove that.
Yeah, we have to
So-
just roll.
We don't want them to dwell on that information.
Uh,
I think the most important thing about this is we get in and we get out as fast as we can.
Bug boy, get your turntable out.
No, I think we roll, we
Yeah.
go to, like, take us to the fourth house,
We
Oh,
go,
we
grant us shelter and get us like an old school meeting, like not a Tensor's floating disk meeting.
I second that.
And then, because the way we understand is that if you're trading with the house puts you up. Put us up for a day, that's all we need. And then, in my mind, 40 sneaky sneak, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. You can vanish.
And you have no illusory words.
All right, so let's do this. I think you escort us to the fourth house if you're able to do so.
I'm Durham. Durham.
It's just like
Not
walking
a
around trying to be sneaky.
Sword visor.
What's that?
Not a sword visor.
Sword
Or you
visor.
still maintaining.
No, he's Durham. That's his favorite word.
Oh, really? That's a sword visor. Nah.
Natural made an executive decision. I feel like we're forgetting something.
Oh, definitely.
Probably.
All right, so you you can command this guy to take you to the fourth house and offer you entrance and you're pretty sure he can't make the decision to put you up himself.
Okay. But he can
Like-
suggest it. Like, I asked him, like, what would be a legitimate way to do this? Like, I don't want you just roll up and it's like, wait, we didn't tell you to bring people here. We asked you to do this or that. Like, whatever wouldn't be out of the ordinary. I just figure, like, the mistress might request, like, I want to speak to a hologram. I want to be put up in a nice house of us. Yeah.
Well, his mistress, Silatha, was expecting to have a conversation via the disc.
Via the disc.
And I think we might do that.
Then I guess we would have, we need to keep up.
Yeah,
Okay.
he tells you that, if he showed up, that would draw some amount of curiosity and concern and perhaps even an amount of insult.
Yeah.
That she's not willing to speak before demanding entrance into the house.
Let's do it. And I kind of get everybody on the same level. I'm like, we're going with the rod. We're going with the meta magic universal rod.
Do we have anything worth?
We did, it's called the Rod of Wonders. It's one of those.
I mean, I would offer up anything I had. I don't really have anything.
About
I mean, you don't have to.
Dragon slash.
Rub our nose in it.
Sorry, dude. Use magic boy. shit.
It's my most, it's my most powerful magic item that I wouldn't be like heartbroken if it just.
Okay, so then it's decided you will. Okay. So he activates the disc and a hologram of a drow woman appears and he speaks to her. There's some honorifics and she, you know, like when he finishes with the honorifics, she says, very well, let me speak to whatever Nedru's alias was. And Nedru speaks with her. And
Come on, Edward.
She rolled like a 2 or something. Oh.
Oh, yeah, Drew.
she goes into a coughing fit
Okay.
and she, you know, telepathically says, Largo, look like me and you do this.
Okay, so she just kind of vanished off screen. I am not like, she thinks I have some big ego. I experienced ego death with real death. I'm just trying to hold it fucking together.
He is frightened.
Fuck, and I go, and I emerge. And I don't know if I've received any coaching on how to speak to a
She says,
Stop. I'm right about to say
she says, you know, like prompts you. I am Mistress Dilathen of House Gar Vorthets from the Empire of Lothar.
Okay, with a bluff of 41, I say that.
And then she's just like, you know, convince her that you need to meet in person to make this exchange and speak business with her.
Okay, so now diplomacy. Okay, so with a 39 diplomacy. Did you have 5? Oh, no, I didn't have 5. So with a 44 diplomacy, I say, I have items to say. See? Yeah. And I prefer not to work through and I looked around there, male proxy, if you understand my name. I would like to gain access to your less, and then look around just to stay, say, less unseemly habitation. And I would like to meet with you if possible in person, because that is the type of meeting that befits both of our stations.
Sounded great.
And I like reveal the rod and go, this is a beautiful magic wand with 3 charges per day. Okay.
I feel like you're smoking.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys like look around and like, damn.
In my mind, it's like Emma Thompson.
Okay.
Yeah, just like a drow version.
Yeah, so that's it. That's it. She
No. Oh, wait,
British actress.
she says, House Taser may be interested. If you will accompany Jorlen, we can speak immediately.
Immediately, you say. Perfect. And then I kind of like raise my hand, looking around, and I just go, I kind of like, and I on this drow hand, just covered in rings, and I go, I fetishize certain things. And there we go.
No, that's, all right, this is not fiction.
Like specifically, or stranger than fiction.
Yeah.
So like smoking and putting your cigarette out in like wet paper towels the whole time.
And I go, I think that went well. Andrew, how did I do?
Yeah. Man,
Badger's over there like hyperventilating.
She's not fucking cut up for this. I mean, she got us in the door.
She just basically gave you guys like, you were gonna step on these 72 landmines.
Yeah.
Don't.
And you're glad that she's around, because she really drops the ball sometimes, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Hey, a natural one's a natural one.
But okay, so cool. How would I do? Largo asks. Was that satisfactory? Like, are you going to take over at this point, or is it gonna be me?
Yeah, it's well, I mean, the thing is, like, you can't, well. If they see through the illusions,
Emma Watson.
that, you know, they'll see, you know, and you know this, if they see through the illusions, they'll see like you all in an illusory, you know, outline.
Yeah.
But it won't be like, they won't be able to see you. It'd be like if there's gonna be a translucence thing.
Yeah.
Whereas if they see you and you're pretending to be her, there's going to be a gnome in a drow woman.
Going like this.
Right. If they see her in a drow woman illusion of her, like if you are all matching in general aspect to the size and shape, it won't be as nearly as obvious. And that's assuming that they'll, you know, be able to see through the illusion kind of thing.
But like the way things currently stand, we are sized up as close as we can get to.
Not to mention, she has been in this building and she lived there for 100 years.
Can I therefore suggest something? Largo says, so here's what he thinks might be a good idea, is that it's gonna take us a while, you know, we're walking over there. You know, we reaffirm the telepathic bond, and during the time that we're walking over there, you give Bort an idea of exactly where the fuck he's gonna sneak to. And then as we're saying, like, we will be traders, we are trading, Bort is like sneaking in and fucking grabbing the things. He comes back and goes, I got it. And then I go like, and then Nedru goes, never mind. And just pieces out, and then we got him.
All right. Is there a way to make Nedru more confident or more charismatic?
Yes. Inspire greatness. I'm already gonna do it on the walkover.
Are you
know
cool
it would
with
be necessary?
that?
Oh, please.
Yeah, maybe we've been missing that mark
Well,
for a minute.
I was trying to gauge how necessary it was. She's been doing well last couple sessions, but at this point, she's like, oh, okay. So
It was a natural one.
yeah, but we'll make it. This is the shit.
This is the shit.
This is just in a paper bag.
But do you think, Nedra, do you think it's a good idea that as we are walking over there, you are relaying everything you know about the architecture of this building to our friend Bort, and as soon as we fucking slip through the door, Bort makes like sand and
Range.
and just like goes to the matrix and fucking finds us when the deal is done.
The sand. Teleport out.
There's no trouble.
Yeah, no, we're here, baby.
That's it?
Yeah.
He can't leave us for dead.
Which I'm not gonna do.
I mean,
Never do that.
Do you think that's a good idea? It's kind of all we got.
Yeah.
I don't know specifically where the matriarch's personal chambers would be. When there is a change of hands of who is in control, generally speaking, you know, the location will change levels within the ziggurat. And sometimes there's even a purge of servants and so on and so forth, because there's a whole effort of who's loyal to who.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming that, there's been 2 matriarchs since I left, and now it's my sister.
Yeah.
I would guess that she would be on the 3rd level, because that's the one that she favored when she was young, but I can't tell you for certain.
Well, we're done.
Um,
You have a starting point.
Yeah, make like board.
What do we do now?
All right. And I think that as we walk, it's just like, if you're down to just give us a fucking, cast the damn spell twice again.
We should rest.
Well, I don't think we had
I
that.
don't think we have, yeah, we're rolling.
Yeah, we're going.
That's what I got in the meeting. Am I correct in that?
yeah, she said immediately.
So I'm casting that spell twice more. We are telepathically bonded. And Nedru, your assignment is to give everything you got on that ziggurat to our man Bort. And Bort, your assignment is to fucking steal these 4 rings and find us, and then be like, or don't find us, just get the fuck out of the
Can you?
ziggurat.
So she starts asking the bug armor guy, Jorlen, where's the 3rd mistress's, where does she stay, and where are we going? And he starts explaining, how, from the main gate you get to there. And she's like, okay, so you're gonna wanna go to the end, stairs down. And it's like she starts trying to figure out, yeah, she lived there for a while, but in her mind, it's like 30 years ago since she's been in that ziggurat. And it's been 350 years, 380 years actually. But yeah, so like she's giving you an idea, but you can tell there, it's not hard, it's not concrete. But she's giving it the best she can. Whatever the case might be, the matriarch is going to be in the center chamber of one of the levels of the ziggurat. There are center chambers, and different matriarchs choose different chambers, whether it be aesthetics or their favorite number or something like that. There's going to be one of the center chambers. I think it's going to be on the 3rd level.
And does the guy know?
Yeah, does the bug guy have a clue?
His mistress is one of the ladies, and they live on the outside. And as far as like his mistress would know, but he doesn't.
Okay.
He's not allowed in the inner sanctum.
Gotcha.
The inner sanctum is for women only.
Well, let's go there. Ish. More, you're doing this. You're doing it.
This is Bort's, it's a big bonus.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Let's
I guess that's a
go.
Bort sneeze.
All right. So you guys
Just get out and fucking let us know.
get there. And you're going in through the front door.
With the homeboy, the dominated.
And
I think it's gonna cost.
And I'm losing this one.
he informs the guards what the business is.
The only thing, like, I don't see us getting, I think it's gonna raise eyebrows if we come, and we're just like, oh, fuck you, and we're leaving it, that's flamboyant way.
So I'll get rid of this one, and y'all let me send that one.
Don't worry, I'll win it in gamble.
Okay, all right.
You go in there, and guards don't seem to notice anything off about him. He heads in, he starts directing you, and you go in, you immediately make a right, and you're going around like the outside. You're inside the ziggurat, but you're going around the outside edge of it, and then he takes you up a flight of stairs. And as you're walking, he says, my mistress Silitha is directly ahead in the room, directly in front of us.
Board?
I think that's super sneaky.
You make like a board.
I make like a board on board.
Godspeed. Lord.
I have a potion, which I think will give me a longer effect than my innate invisible deal. So I sucked down one of those.
I think we have another one floating around. Maybe he should just have it with him.
I have 2 on my person.
Okay, I gave mine to Andrew, so I no longer have one. I don't know if, so you're still gonna have one more.
How long do we left?
Yeah, what's the time?
5 minutes apiece.
I would like it if you had another one on that, just,
I have another one of that.
I meant another one. Like,
Well, if we are talking to this woman for more than 10 minutes and we're not making headway.
it'll resort to violence by that.
Well, I mean, like, things will start to be suspicious.
Sure, okay,
It would be better if he can make it in that, like, a lot, like,
make it work. in 10
maybe we
minutes.
don't. If you want to give him,
I don't have.
and this is all telepathic.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know,
I
look,
don't have anything.
spending a lot of time doing him being every minute he is in this place by himself, being stealthy. If he's found, he'll be killed.
Sure.
Like that, they will want to kill him.
Mhm.
And not saying that they can kill you. I'm just saying that will be the immediate response.
Mhm.
So don't take 20 minutes.
You got 10. Clock is
I got 10.
almost ticking.
Get 2 potions.
Well, you got 5, 5, and 5,
Like,
you know.
it should only take 1.
Yeah.
Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah. I sucked down invisibility potion, and head in the general direction that Ned Drew has provided me.
And can I, and I'm just going on my inventory sheet here, and I don't know if I can do this or not, or whatever, but could I take off my, I don't want to do this, but if this works, could I take my bandolier of return, give it to Bort, and if he finds the rings in a way that he can't get them, could he snag those and return them to him? Is that a thing to do or not?
I mean, the item has to be in the bandolier, and then when you throw it, it reappears in the
back.
bandolier.
But I thought that would be kind of cool if you could take those, snag them out.
He's got mage hand.
Okay.
He's got mage hand.
We're doing it.
Right?
So,
So
Bort
it's
snuck
not
away.
just for squeezing balls, dude.
That's
It's for
just for
grabbing
squeezing
them.
They can wear 4 rings.
It's true.
The hand.
So
You know,
Oh, he just drank it. See.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nervous wreck.
Here we
So
go.
give me a stealth check and a perception check.
Skill check, what?
Oh, I'm just thinking.
Stealth of
You didn't
46.
pass the
Perception check,
feet of whatever you made on that,
it's not
or
great.
you will before we enter.
Wow. The word, it hit the,
What was
I
the
mean,
first one you
it's
had?
been way better. What,
The first one was
stealth, 46, perception, 22.
No, you got 5.
Oh,
27.
Nice.
27. Yeah, an action that.
Yeah. What that like?
Yeah, now's the time. to use it.
Yeah, so D8.
Yeah,
D8. 8, baby.
Yeah.
35.
35.
No.
Okay.
This is what it's all about.
But the action that.
All right. So Bort disappears. The rest of you continue walking. Jorlen gets to the end of the hall, knocks on the door, and yeah,
So
the
I say. In the fucking, in the group chat.
Yeah.
And
The
hit up,
group chat.
Hermian potential,
okay.
which means you give the target the ability to perfect its actions. Let me look up the exact thing, but I think this is the one that I want to cast on her. She has to accept the illusion though.
I go raging giant.
Take me to the door.
I think it's
Hello.
Hermian potential. That's what I.
Slam a beer.
you just get the next attack roll, saving throw, ability check, or skill check. The target attempts it rolls twice and takes the more favorable result.
So you give him advantage.
For
That's
every
cool.
5 caster levels you have, the target can roll twice on an additional attack roll, to a maximum of 5 rolls at 20th.
So she's got
You got 3.
3. And it's a minute per level.
Okay.
So here we fucking go.
All right. So Drolin knocks on the door. You hear a voice the door opens, and you see a drow female in like a silk garb with a veil. Just her eyes are showing, and she gestures Jorlen in, and then closes the door. And maybe a minute passes, and the door opens, and it's Jorlen, and he says, "The mistress will see you."
You got 13 minutes on this fucking spell. Here we go.
all right. You got 5 minutes on your 4 minutes on your visibility.
Yeah.
All right.
Just passing.
So, Bort, you take the stairs, you go down, you get to the 3rd level, you walk past some guards and into what appears to be the inner sanctum. Given what you heard, that all of the female drow can basically see magical auras. You're covered in them. The invisibility is going to make it hard, but invisibility itself gives off a magical aura. So you're still trying to get out of line of sight. You're
Stealth.
you're stealthing on top of being invisible, and that's very important. And your 47 is fantastic. So you do get to the center of this of the 3rd level, and you can see that in the center of this 3rd level there is what appears to be like a bathing chamber. But this is not like the private chambers of, and there's 2 or 3 drow women bathing at the moment. But this isn't the matriarch chamber.
This is the 3rd floor, and this is that center area.
Probably, I think.
Several.
You gotta make a call here.
You're just alone. It's
This is it.
you were telepathically weak, so
Yeah, but this is the 4th house that we're in. We go up 1 level to level 4.
Okay.
The 4th house.
All right, so you duck out of the bathing area and you try to get up to the next one. You guys are back in, and you're led into this room, and you see a drow woman who is wearing like black silks and lots of ruby and silver sort of adornment. There is a sort of kind of an Arabian style, like a bare midriff, and it's you get the impression a lot of this is just to make her look as beautiful and imposing as possible. And Nedru walks forward and bows, and the mistress nods her head. They exchange formal introductions. And the mistress looks across the party and says, "What I'm seeing, I'm surprised that what you offer seems to be, well, not of low value, not nearly what is the most interesting of the things that that are here.
Did you just fucking palm a D12?
I say, I mean, hearing that, in the head, I say like, we're open to doing some deals here. I think it makes sense if we don't want to give up some of our most powerful.
You say this was our option. This is what this is.
Sure, okay, yeah.
I can't say that.
Well, you're in your head.
Yeah. So Nedru goes to the diplomacy check.
Cool.
And she says, consider it an opening to future dealings. It would not be prudent for us to lead with some of our most interesting items, as we have not dealt with you in the past, and we don't know whether or not you would be the type to take a direct route to acquisition versus a more civilized path. And yeah, it seems to be well enough received. He's basically like, just want to make sure you wouldn't mug us if we showed that you were good stuff first.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like Nedru's kind of managing this.
Cool. I'm going.
Hey, and then can we kind of get back for a second whenever Bort finds out there's no one on the third floor? I would just like to say, you know, like, Nedra, what was your old floor? What was your room to give him kind of, because maybe his sister took over that floor or whatever, just another.
Well, it was the third one, that's what she thought.
That was her favorite number.
Right.
Yeah.
What was Nedra?
And my sister and I stayed on.
Oh,
Never
shit.
mind. Shared it together. Oh, that was a good idea. I wasn't gonna she like actually do that.
That's why I thought she would.
Yeah.
It's probably 6 because 2 times 3 because math. I don't know.
Shit, nerd. Good run, Bort, run. Just run. Run. Just not working on that maid.
Just keep moving.
So yeah, there's like you can tell there's an amount of a sort of dance of diplomacy, bluff, and intimidate going on between Nedru and the mistress.
Would I get any benefit from a sense motive, or is it
Sure,
too
sure.
early for? Well, natural 1, so that is a 11, no, 16, I guess, for the -10 and +5.
You're getting I mean, maybe you're getting like an impression that this might be something that she enjoys, sort of back and forth.
Mhm.
The mistress,
Yeah, like she lives there.
Nedru, you know, she's about to shit her pants.
Yeah,
But the mistress this might be like the sort of courtly dance that she enjoys, like a sort of struggle of power and hoping that she'll come out on top.
Mhm.
But like that's all you get. Like you're not getting a good read on like what she thinks of you guys or
yeah, okay.
Or you go down to the 4th. And on the 4th floor, you go around the central chamber.
Mhm.
There's no doors.
Okay.
It just seems to be a solid, well, not a solid, but a brick wall all the way around.
I mean, I think that's a good sign, because this is the nature, and wanna, I don't know, what was there, like detect magic door? I don't think I have it. Detect secret doors? I don't have detect secret doors. Cooler if you did, be a whole lot cooler. It's not a great way to do that if you don't.
I mean,
have
perception check. Perception check.
Perception check.
This is like
29.
Get
29.
Oh, have my 5.
34.
34.
I mean, it seems like there's no, the chamber or the access in is on the stairwells on each corner of this square. There's nothing, there's like no doors outward and there's no doors inward. So it does, like, it seems like there would have to be something here for this walkway to have any purpose whatsoever. That kind of goes around that central chamber. But you're not picking up any.
Can I use another action die? Is it?
You know, if you want to add an action die to your perception roll.
Yeah.
Sure. You try.
One action die. No.
35.
Did you add the +5 for the thing?
Yeah.
I know. It's not great. I can't.
You hit a 4 on it.
It did hit a 4.
I don't know what it was, so.
Have you like communicated back to Andrew at all? That you haven't found it?
No, yeah.
Yeah. If you're in the wall, like,
Literally the wall. All I see is wall.
yeah.
All right. Mind blowing. Hey guys, I'm hitting a wall. Literally, I'm on nothing on the third floor but a bathtub. I'm on the 4th floor. And it's nothing here. It's just a blank stone column in the center of a space where something should be. There's no doors.
Andrew says, like, there's a pause because she's in the middle of talking to the mistress, and, but then she says, there is a room on the 4th floor. There should be a central room on every.
Oh, she's.
Get out your axe.
The Durger slave excuses himself to go to the bathroom.
By the time you go potty somewhere.
Uchi leaves for the 4th floor.
This word was.
I am needed. That thing didn't have a tongue. Yeah, it's
Can I use the cloak of the mountebank to dimension door blind into a space where I think something would be? Is that-
You can give it a try.
Let's go with that.
That's fucking badass, dude.
All right. I use the cloak of the mountebank to dimension door blind into the space that I think is inside of the 4th floor.
Oh, yeah.
Board's head falls off.
I just teleported to solid stone and. All right.
It's right.
You take a bunch of damage and then pop out.
Oh boy.
Yes.
You're in, bud.
She's in there, butt ass naked.
Man, who are using one of those tiny coffins?
Yeah.
Nice.
Stone.
Oh, this is what I'm gonna hold.
Oh, yeah, we should not split the party, like, so we split the party 5-1.
Well, this is the kind of split that I think makes a lot of sense.
Let's watch this.
No, it's a good plan.
Is it a Rose's adventure if it doesn't go to?
It's a good plan.
I think we're here. I think we're fine.
But all our plans go pear shaped at a certain point. They do. Or you have found yourself in a something.
So alone with the most powerful person in
The ziggurat. And Boris says, I am Durno.
Yeah. I am Durno.
Yeah, that's if he gets caught. It's like Durno is confused.
Yeah.
Durno went the wrong way.
Durno needed to pee and moved it up here.
Where am I? Where Durno is?
Reggie.
Dan, I'll give you this. You're a master of suspense. This is killing me slowly.
Oh, yeah, actually, I was building a damn outline. I was like,
Yeah. Snap. Yeah, see, there's the door that I couldn't find. Nerds. Find hidden door. If only.
Well, this is a spell, right? It's a spell like ability.
I think it's a spell like ability.
Maybe now that you're in there, you can see the way.
Skill.
How often can you use that thing? Is that a one-way ticket?
Well, the door should be
Once a day.
apparently the inside.
Well, I hope you don't need her again.
Not too bad.
Breaking in.
No, this was so fucking heroic. So fucking heroic.
Get in there.
Okay, we're all linked. Worst case scenario, Marok, Stone Sage just in the corner. We go in Marok's tower and we just wait it out.
Yeah.
Pop out, fully rested, all
Just
spells.
adding layers of stone. They get thicker, thicker.
Snap. There's so many things.
Who doesn't want
I know, I'm just saying.
That
Oh,
treasure
treasure
chest
chest totally need it.
That'll be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Give me all your valuables. I'll teleport you out.
Grab some of the head cheese before you go.
Alright.
All right.
Well, here's to hoping she's not in there right now.
That's exactly what I'm.
Hers Rick here.
How long does the invisibility potion last?
5 minutes, but I have another one.
Okay, okay.
All right, so Bor, you blindly teleport into the room. Roll D.
Stop.
Yeah.
All around, folks.
So you pop in here and start to get your bearings.
Oh.
And almost right next to you,
Whew.
there is a drow woman who is currently standing in front of a table with a bunch of apparati and random things. Give me a perception check.
26. Oh, 7. 31, because we've got the.
You're booted up. Your sister's alive. We're here to save her.
So
Think on your feet, boy.
there is a altar to Darvina over here. There's just some random stuff. This is a bed in the center of the room. There's a door that, like an open archway door that just leads out into the hallway, and you just see the hallway. Yeah. Then you didn't see that from the outside, but you can see it from the inside. And in front of her on this desk with all this stuff that she's working on, you see a silver hand with 4 rings.
Oh.
Right in front.
Shit.
Slit her throat.
You are in a flanking position.
I don't think I've got the.
Yeah, you can't. You
There's
can't
literally
one shot
no
from
fucking
trigger.
way.
Yeah.
Hang out, dude.
Yeah.
Tell us,
Like fucking Ed Gein.
tell us that you're in the room with her, you see the rings, and maybe we can get her to come downstairs. and
I mean,
engage with us.
we need a distraction of
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
sort.
can you
I'll go
rock
giant.
outside?
I'm still stealth. I mean, that's the classic throw around.
You know, I think the matriarch would take lead on that. Like, well, what was that rock noise?
Yeah, where did that come from?
You
I
say
know
go,
everything about this room.
you say Uhtred go giant.
Just come right through the floor.
So I need to. I'm still invisible,
Pivot.
and I'm still super stealthy. I need to take cover. I'm gonna stealth on over to what this.
Wardrobe.
I mean, behind the wardrobe,
Thing.
like just corner.
Well, I mean, let's, the bed is like, you know, a 4-poster bed with curtains and stuff. And it's-
Okay,
Wow.
I
so,
take
like, you can
cover.
hide behind it.
on the other side of the bed. That's reasonable. And yes, I mind to talk to you guys. All right, I need a distraction. I found the rings. Can confirm they do exist. I have them in my sights. She's right here.
This is very scary.
Yeah.
This is why y'all brought me here.
Yeah, that's it. That's
We need to get the matriarch out of her chamber.
As you're saying this, a woman walks into the room and she's got like white silk sort of attached to her shoulders going down to her wrists and kind of the same, like kind of an I Dream genie kind of outfit. It's Nedra.
What?
Okay.
It's Nedra.
It looks like Nedra. It is Nedra.
It looks like Nedra when she's not under an illusion.
Okay.
And she just walks into the room.
What?
And stands next to the door and folds her hands and it's
That
The jig is up.
is something.
I mean, is this like some
Nedra
sort of
just
weird
walked into the room.
servant thing?
Huh?
Nedra just
Yeah.
walked into the room.
Nedra just walked into the
hands like
room
this, waiting.
and she's dressed like I Dream of Genie,
Like Nedra.
but
It
it's,
appears to be.
it appears to be.
What are you talking about? Where's
Well, I mean, it's
Okay,
the,
this is gonna
the
happen.
mini isn't there
This
yet,
is
but
what
it does happen.
was just a spread.
Sorry. We were
Ned-
coming up.
Yeah, we're playing
So,
around.
yeah, like Bort is having this telepathic, conversation with you, and from his perspective, Nedra just walked into the room and like these silk, like arms.
Do we
and
still have eyes
legs.
on Nedra?
Nedra is having this conversation with this
Right.
drow mistress in front of you guys.
So that's the matriarch.
This
If it
is
looks
the-
like-
this is the
Did
matriarch.
we get clear confirmation that that's the matriarch?
We don't have any.
It's a
It's
drow
drow.
woman in this
And this
room.
is a drow woman who's dressed in fine silks and so on.
It looks
It looks like Nedra when she doesn't have her illusions on.
Yeah,
That's the one.
Well, the one that just walked in is adopting a servant position, standing next to the door.
she looks like
Huh.
Nedra. And I'm guessing.
What does this one look
is
like?
some,
Anyone we recognize or not?
That one's been facing away from Bort the
Okay.
entire time. The thing is, neither one of them look like a 400-year-old.
You could take them.
I mean, yeah, they're not gonna look like a 400-year-old elf. That's their whole deal. But I mean, maybe the power trip, the like subservience and the hierarchical nature of this thing. She has I assume this is the matriarch. She's in a room studying her stuff, doing her deal in the deal. And it's
I feel like
oh,
there's
you're-
Phantom Menace in your ass right now.
You're like your servant, you've made your servants all look like your sister who was banished, who you like hate, love.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like that in my mind, that's what that is. But it's like, oh yeah, like you put your sister in the I Dream of Genie costume and like whoever,
Yeah.
But was she even that? I mean,
but
yeah.
we need a distraction. That's the long and the short of it. We gotta get
All right, we got this.
Pull the
Let's
fire
go.
alarm.
Yeah.
like,
I think there's a plan.
or something.
I don't think the crazy guy is gonna be enough for her to come down. We need her to lead.
All right, I'm ready.
If he harms the third mistress.
Yeah,
You
it's not
can't
even a
have it.
part. It's like we need a reason. Like we've got.
I think we
stuff.
need to.
Let's start slaughtering half the family.
No, that's what, that's the nuclear solution.
We need to make an offer that is enticing enough.
Yeah.
To draw her.
To drop her down.
But
We
not
need, like,
Lauren.
No,
That
I mean,
type-
like, I think that we like, this one was like, you have a lot of stuff, like, we don't wanna get mugged, this is what we offered up first, we are willing to talk about higher value objects with,
The appropriate.
yeah.
One problem, can the mistress, or can the matriarch, can she make Nedra? Is she powerful enough to walk in and be like, you're my fucking sister? Because that could probably cause more.
That'd be all right. We don't care
Then
then.
it's all-
Who cares then? Because we're.
Well, we still need to get out. We still have to get out.
We will. Oh, we totally will.
Okay,
I will
I'm just gonna
win.
ask the question to Nedra, just like Nedra, take your time answering this. We know you're going through an intense moment right now, but if we kind of made this guy in the bug helmet like start acting really weird and maybe like leave the room and start heading up to like the fourth, floor, would that draw the attention of the mistress in any way? How can we draw the mistress's attention?
The matriarch?
Matriarch, yeah.
If he heads into the inner sanctum, like she waits until the other drow mistress
Yeah.
starts speaking.
Yeah.
And she says, if he heads into the inner sanctum and he is noticed,
Yeah.
he will be taken out by the first person who
Okay.
notices him.
Okay, so that's useless.
Men are not allowed in the inside of the ziggurat.
Okay.
The inner limits.
Well, our boy's in that chamber right now.
He's in the girls' locker room.
So like you guys are thinking about this, and the drow at the table says Cintalento, and this one comes over and she hands her something. Looks like something wrapped in a cloth over, and she takes it and she leaves. And immediately after, she comes back, doesn't have it anymore.
Like so immediately after that, it would seem like she just literally stepped outside and just dropped on the floor and came back.
Like maybe 15, 20 seconds.
Or you just gotta fucking all over there. Yoink.
I mean, she's
She's
looking
standing right.
she's looking right at it.
That's not my problem, we just gotta.
So I'm gonna check and see if the rings are still there. For whatever reason, I don't know why she would move them.
This could probably kill me, but I'm pretty fast. I could just run around and just cause general mayhem outside.
No, but see, that's the same as the fucking bug helmet dude.
Yeah.
We gotta.
Well, it would take more licks before I went down. Like,
Yeah.
You guys are, while you're doing this, Nedru rolled a natural 20 on one of her two, so she got that, and she does sort of reach the for the more interesting items that we would wish to barter, we would like to speak with the matriarch, as those are the
Confidence.
and she throws that out there, and the woman she's speaking with responds with, to gain that level of audience, we need to do at least some business first. My mistress does not jump into such things so quickly. So like she gets the question out there, she floats it, but you get a pretty solid like, yeah, you just walked in.
Okay.
And like we get the sense
You're not going to get the audience with our queen, like 10 minutes after you walk into the castle.
Yeah, so she's not saying, "Oh, you sell us the rod, and then you get to see her." It's like,
It's
"Oh, you
dead
have another
another
day."
months.
Yeah, it's more like we do this business. We make sure that you're not selling us garbage. I talk to her. We think about it. We see what else you have to offer. Then you this like a week at minimum. before you get
Telepathically,
that.
it says, what do you think she would do with the information of the 1,000-year-old red dragon?
This is a fucking, you're throwing.
On a curveball.
I mean, do you think we can get this far if we redo
Like,
the
we're
deal?
gonna redo
Reconvene
all
in a
this,
week?
like-
I mean,
Nedru's like waits for the woman to speak, and she says, "This is a society ruled by powerful wizards and clerics. I'm pretty sure they know there's a red dragon up there.
Yeah.
They have all manner of divination and clairvoyance abilities.
they're just not giving a shit.
Well, maybe there's a reason the red dragon is out there and not in here." And I mean, that's what the red dragon basically says. Like, I'm not gonna fuck with the whole fucking empire. I want you guys to go in there and do
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, we're the idiots
Yeah.
left holding the bag.
I mean, yeah. I mean, is that an option to leave? We know where the rings are right now. So it's very, I think. we should
Yeah.
try.
We're here.
Can we, yeah, can we?
Where
get
you're
back
like
to it?
sitting there and this Nedra is just like staring right at you, but like through you. It's weird.
Unnerving.
I mean, you could always try the old rock in the wardrobe, just fucking lean a rock to us have a room.
If you think you can move that fast,
I mean,
you need to get in position first, right? So get like right fucking next to her. Drink that other potion. Get right fucking next to her. And go, and then just like fucking throw something like, what? And then just go. And then,
Take the whole damn hand.
Yeah.
no, but if you take the whole damn hand, it's just gonna be like, where the fucking hand was right in front of me. Go, you gotta get the fucking
But then you
rings
gotta do
without
like,
knocking my hand over.
yeah.
You're
a hell of a
you're a
dex
guy.
Yeah.
You're a guy that can do that.
Man, this is always
I
better
mean-
than fighting right now. Okay, let's go at all. You do it, boy.
I guess-
Fuck
I
it,
think
do
you're
it.
get right fucking next to her. You throw something, she turns, and you fucking grab those forward.
Yeah,
I think it's a great idea. I don't see what could possibly go wrong, honestly.
I'm ready to get into the shit too. So like,
If I need to just walk up to this mistress and just unprompted stony fist her
Oh,
in
it's
hopes that
not-
brings the pain. I mean, she would be stunned for a round. We could all
If
get
we
all
get in a
ass.
fight right now,
Okay.
Like, I mean, it would just be
It's-
that hit her. and
So
run.
this woman is like just an attendant. She's like at the beck and call, just standing at the doorway.
Just an attendant.
Yeah, but like in this context, she is like,
Yeah, she seems like she's a servant,
mhm.
you know, but the one drow woman, and I guess you speak drow right now,
Mhm.
so said her name. You get that Centilento was
Mhm.
the name. And then this Nedru person walked over, took something, left, and came right back.
The Hail Mary.
I mean,
I'm ready to just.
I think we got your back if we can get to you quick enough.
oh, I don't think there's any back getting. I think you have to do this in custom world.
I will say that in the room that you guys are in, there's Jorlen, there's the mistress, and there's what looks like two drow women in these like veiled long robe, and they look like attendants. There's like 4 people in here aside from you guys.
I can't dominate it.
Can the Ant-Man excuse
Okay.
himself and go do something? I mean, maybe he doesn't like
Am I the the ant?
the Ant-Man. Like, I mean, maybe he can just go to the 4th floor and just like beat on the fucking wall or something. I mean, he doesn't.
Okay.
If he can leave the room.
Let me
It would
Get
be, it would
around
be just good enough.
to this other side of the bed.
I mean, like he's standing behind the woman to
Yeah.
her. Like you're getting the impression that if he just up and left, that would be weird.
Like he couldn't excuse himself. You know, I mean,
I don't think he's allowed to.
Yeah. you just pitch your pants. We're making money here.
Don't you worry about our deal.
I mean, looking back at this bookcase over here, what's like loose on this?
I mean, you know,
Books and
books and scrolls,
Scrolls
and you know, like knickknacks and what have
Knickknacks.
you.
okay. Can I use Mage Hand?
To do that, you are casting a spell.
Oh,
You'll be
and then
saying
I'll
stuff
be-
and doing things. And,
Will I become visible?
not for casting mage hand, but you would definitely be making noise.
Oh, okay, that's not stealth.
I'm not-
Dude, you'll fuck a rock. Yeah, I reach into my. I think I'm gonna go for it.
Yeah. Are you gonna get position like where
Get fucking ready, dude.
Yeah.
Narrate this shit.
like could you
got one
be
action
just
die.
saying, could you be like over here,
Right.
chucking this way, so that way
It's a high ceiling in here.
Yeah, I mean,
It's significant. You get. I mean, well, it's definitely a high ceiling for the drow. It's like maybe 10 feet.
Okay.
10. Yeah, about 10 feet.
Is it better to do something to the servant? Like push her over or something? Sorry,
I don't think
throw it
this-
out.
I mean, if he tosses a rock, that he's not attacking it.
Yeah.
He will stay invisible after he throws the rock. If he pushes the servant, he becomes visible.
Yeah.
This is dumb.
Dumb. Let's go.
It's-
Let's go, boy.
Find out. Okay,
This is what happens when we get us all here together.
So-
Like,
I'm gonna. I'm invisible and I'm super stealthy. I'm in a great position. I'm gonna turn around and I'm just gonna lob, like underhand lob the rock kind of at the book.
Does Bort actually have a rock in his pocket?
Okay.
his dirty tricks.
Here, I do have a rock. I'm gonna use this because I have it, and this is the thing that I think would be great to allow. I have one book of demon smut. This is a book that I received, and it's like dirty limericks and like a filthy like chapbook Kama Sutra of like demons. It's like but it's it's a handsome tome. And I'm going to take this large book of demon smut and like underhand lob it at the bookcase behind me right here. Looking to do sort of maximum bookcase rattling, book knocking off damage with the book of demons.
It's not a great idea.
Okay, so where you're lobbing it where?
Underhand lob at the bookcase, trying to hit the bookcase and maybe knock a couple volumes scrolls off with the book of demon smut.
Turns out that bookcase, mimic.
It's the way she does. Eats it.
Okay, so let's say give me an attack roll.
Attack roll.
Okay,
It's like a range attack roll.
all right.
And then
Is it
it's a
athletics? Like
6
a
on
frisbee
the
does?
die.
Okay.
Do I get to add anything?
Yeah, your base attack bonus and your dexterity.
Okay. To add my base attack bonus and my dexterity.
Yeah.
modifier? Okay.
So it's like
20.
another 17.
Yeah, 22.
20.
Just 4 dudes like, how good did you throw that?
How good did he throw the book of demon smut? The whole campaign depends on this.
Also, if you can read some of the smut.
24.
Excuse me.
All right, so you chuck it. It
Well,
like sails, like rotating slowly across the room, like lands half onto one of the shelves and bumps against some of the books there, and then like teeters off and hits the floor. And the matriarch turns her head and then turns back to the servant and says, "What was that?" And she starts walking over and gets to about there and says, "Appears to be a book mistress." And she looks around. And casts a spell, and everything goes dark. And dark vision does not work.
It's dark.
Deeper darkness.
Fills up the entire.
She did that? Sir? She did that. Okay, I was like, that would be alarming. So did that.
It's still alarming.
Yeah.
Shit.
So you can't see.
well, she can't either, though, right? I
She
mean,
can see a magical aura. Or would deeper darkness like obscure that?
And she cast it. So I didn't see it.
There are, Fort doesn't know any of this shit.
Yeah.
Like, he has no magical training aside from
There's no-
the two tricks he knows.
Trying to throw a book at some more books. What do you do with books? You throw them. You don't study them.
But yeah, I know, like lights go out, and I think this might be the second time in Bort's entire life that he has not been able to see in the dark. I think this happened outside of killing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened since.
Yeah.
Who had her head?
I do.
Okay,
The
all right,
lights
so
go up.
like, okay, we're kind of in, this is now sort of an initiative thing. So, let's hope for initiative. Because I mean, things are gonna start happening on a round by round basis.
I think you book it over near the magical ship.
Yeah, 'cause that's a way to obscure yourself.
I rolled one. Is there not possible?
I rolled the same. So you boys need to be doing something, even if it's wrong.
13.
Okay, is anybody over a 20?
Yeah, 22.
22 for you.
I am on that nervous energy, and I am just fidgeting, ready to do something.
Okay, above,
There has to be support. And if we start like peeling out of room to do something.
above a 15?
I have a 16. Or is it 16?
It's not handy yet.
This is gonna get complicated real quickly because we're all in a different room.
Yeah.
So, like, we're gonna have to.
I mean, yeah.
Okay,
You can make a hole for it. can't you? Somewhere, drop us.
What floor are
so
we?
above a 10?
12.
I'm an 11. He's on the floor below us.
Yeah.
We're on the 5th floor.
No, I think it counts.
So Uhtred, you're at 13?
It's like since I didn't put down, but
Largo was at 12 and Rocco was 11.
Yeah. 11. Yeah, but I'm not gonna go. Wait, see how I'm bored.
Yeah, Bort may have not been totally.
No, I don't, yeah. This is a good shot at
And I'm really wanting to just like throw.
it. Can you dispel
this
invisibility?
mistress just
No.
one time?
You can't, because that might be a better, if you could dispel it, then you have no magical word.
I, this, so if I was just invisible, if I had used my invisibility, I think I could, but I took a potion. And so I guess,
I mean, the clinic, but you're wearing a magical cape, and you have a demon sword.
Yeah.
Dagger, you know.
But you still can vanish. You still have a potion, invisibility for whatever those are worth.
Yeah, and now we're in initiative.
and I'm very sneaky. Like, I think I'm not being perceived on account of the sneak, not because of really the invisibility.
Yeah, so
So they can still see you.
Yeah. All right,
Okay,
not seeable.
So,
So now some shit.
I'll say like, I'll give the first, like, before we start an initiative, I'll give the first action to board as like, lights go out. You're in abject darkness. Yeah, what's your reaction?
Ice water in my veins, nerves of steel. I take what I think is enough steps to get like to almost the wall.
Just give me dexterity.
And just wait it out.
Natural one.
Oh.
Yeah, you're walking towards the wall and you got your hand out like this and then you just like smack into the edge of the cabinet here.
Oh, man.
And there is a not only, you're still bored, but there's still like a
That's not a bad number.
Fucking wait it out. Wait it out. It's not a bad actual.
so
I can rock hold action.
well, I mean, Bort has not told any of you
Oh.
anything.
No.
So yeah, Yanni and Nedru are continuing what they're doing.
This is good.
Bort, this is your initiative now.
I just naturally stand in spot.
I start running, swing my ass.
I have established through contact with my forehead the corner of the armoire, so I have correctly orienteered the corner of the
Way
room.
to find a polymer.
Using that as a touchstone, I turn 90 degrees to my left, which I know is facing the cabinet or facing the boudoir here, the desk. And I do like a real slow Scooby-Doo, like one of these. Up what I assume to be 10 feet, 15, 10 and a half feet, moving forward,
Trying not to touch
trying not
her.
to touch anything.
Hopefully she can't.
My goal is to get like here into this little cove right here.
Run your hands along the floor.
Well, it's a shrine to Darvana. But
You're
I
trying
want
to
to
get
get right
there.
I want to get right there. Like, I want to be like,
Just wait it out.
yeah, you know,
Okay.
standing behind a door when it opens, sort of a thing, but tucked in a little. Okay, that's my goal.
Do you
Total.
relay any messages of
Lights are out, guys.
All right.
That's a move action.
He's pretty.
Sure.
fucking- Laundry's like, what's going on?
yeah, we're all-
As a
We're still linked, right?
I guess, I mean, I get as a free action with my -8, I can't see anything. It's totally dark. It hasn't been this dark since that one time it was dark before.
And Uchi goes, oh.
Yeah, you would immediately.
Uh-huh.
All right. So that's your move
That's-
action and free action. Anything else?
No, I hold,
Okay.
I hold my action.
Yeah,
Or
Uchi.
can I-
Well, I mean, you can't hold.
You can't
You can hold your
a standard action.
turn.
Gotcha.
You can ready a standard action
I
for
would-
specific.
I would like
triggers.
to ready a standard action,
Mhm.
which is steal the rings.
Yes.
Yeah. As soon as it seems like a good idea.
That's
That is way too open ended.
Okay, as soon
Go
as
with that.
as soon as I hear the voice of the matriarch not by me, I want to steal the rings, and that's my held
Okay.
action for now.
Okay. All right. So Uhtred, now you guys have heard Bort was like, ooh, Bort's in the shit. Uhtred.
Okay. Hey, calmer heads, maybe that's interesting.
Mr. Calm.
I
You declare your name.
mentally, I go, you know, Uhtred's such a, you know, a delicate character. Through to the group, Uhtred goes, you know, Bort's in trouble. What's our move? And then I guess I'll hold.
I'll let everyone do like a free
Thank you.
action
All right.
chat right now. Like, but remember, like 6 seconds.
That's me. All right. Bort's in
Um,
trouble. What's our move?
And we'll start with Yanni, who's at the top of the initiative.
I think I've got one shot to put this mistress down. Do I take it?
Okay. Largo.
Bort's opportunity is not over yet. There has been no alarm sounded. Don't steady.
Mira.
Don't make a move until Bort says he needs help.
Okay. So that's everybody chiming in. That's Uhtred.
This is how I imagine.
So you're standing there, dead silence,
Total darkness.
total black.
I'm picturing.
You can't, like you can't see your hand in front of your face. Nothing.
Total darkness.
You hear the voice of the drow woman, who's like, she's where she hasn't moved. And you hear the sound of spellcasting. You recognize what it sounds like to spellcast. You don't know what she's doing, but she's casting a spell.
Fumble for the
Not good.
I mean, technically, technically you could try to make an attack of opportunity, but you're attacking into, like, if
It's
I'm
not.
no,
So
okay.
I do not take an attack.
Okay, make a will save.
This isn't good.
That's
Natural 20.
If only.
I didn't hear a natural 20, okay.
18.
You got another action die.
I do have one more action, but I don't know if we'll have any effect.
jumping up to 20 is the difference.
Yeah.
Okay,
25.
25.
You needed a 26.
No.
And you like feel like this like dread and overwhelming sense of, someone invading your mind. And then you hear this voice kind of in your mind say, from now on, you'll narrate everything you do out loud.
So is this dominate person?
No, it's still curse.
Still curse.
Well, it's major curse.
And you don't need to like see, it's like an area effect?
Oh, she can see him.
Oh, she can see.
Just don't read it. What'd you say? I'm still in the ring.
Yeah.
I'm still in the ring.
All right. And then
fucking get the fuck out of here.
I'm still in the ring's not a bad.
So that's- he can't mentally talk to us now. Because if he mentally talks, does he talk to her?
if he mentally talks to you, he will say, I am mentally talking to my friend.
Son of a bitch.
And you hear from across the room Nedra's voice say, I can't see anything, mistress. Lark.
Keep on keeping on, baby. We haven't heard from Bort yet.
Okay, Mirok. Yanni.
I am impatiently waiting to throat punch a bitch.
Okay. Yeah, Nedru is maintaining the dialogue to the best of her ability. This is going to be the third.
Yep, I'm going.
Roll a 4 and a 2.
Mhm.
But she got that natural 20 before. It's a minor stumble, but she's still above 10. So she's coasting. But like in all of your heads, you can hear Nedru's voice. Fuck. Bort.
Yeah.
Dude, just be like, I am fucking.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Say I'm grabbing your hand and grab that fucking hand. Because then when you don't actually grab her hand, because she owns that hand. You're narrating what you're doing, but you're not actually telling her exactly.
You're being
what
a little
she's
shit
doing.
about
see it.
I mean, yeah,
What
he's
do
got
you
some
think it
pumps
is?
for it, but like she's gonna hear him and see.
He could roll natural 20.
He
He
could
could also
do
roll
that.
natural one.
Roll.
Um,
Kid, cause more problems.
Now that's the fun for the rest of them.
I mean, man, I'm really in a fucking.
Is this cat?
You're in a, yeah,
Yeah, this is
you're in a
good.
whole barrel.
I
I mean, the ship has sailed to us for us, like going back to our.
Yeah.
yeah.
It is cast.
But it's completely up to you, Bort, as to how we get out of here. Do we just be like, okay, well, I'll see you, bye, here's a 1, and we'll take a, no, it doesn't matter what we're gonna take, we're just gonna see you later.
We'll take a
And
trouble.
then you're just like, you just get,
I mean, I think I'm going for it, and
You
like
got to.
I meant, or I think it's going for it. I mean,
Go out for your hand on there.
yeah, I make a move. I'm gonna go for the hand,
Okay.
and as I go for the hand, I say, I'm going for the hand. I'm grabbing your hand.
Come on.
I start, yeah.
Okay.
So I saw the hand with
Right.
the rings on it up here. I would
Make
like
a touchdown.
to grab the.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So there was a 3 on the die.
3. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
All right.
I'm out of action.
So you reach out and like you just like grab, like you can feel things knocking off of the table, and stuff scattering. As you're saying, I'm going for the hand. I'm reaching for the hand. Because you're narrating everything. And yeah, it's good.
I assume I don't grab the
No.
Well, next round.
I'm gonna punch this bitch.
You gotta get to it.
That is not an issue.
You don't know how far away you
I am within 70 feet.
Give me a perception check.
are. There they are.
There it is.
There they are.
The 18 on the die.
Come on.
37.
You can hear her taking a couple of steps back. You're pretty sure that she's in this
Oh, shit.
vicinity.
Just light me up with
Uh,
something heinous.
and you hear her casting a spell, and when she finishes the word, she's like, very, very strange. And that's it.
You're gonna say that you're going for that.
Uh,
gonna fumble through the door, and then you're gonna vanish. You're gonna run,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, that's the.
and then you hear, do you still want me to find that mistress? And Largo.
Or Sensorita.
I am speaking words of positivity. I'm speaking like there's some difficulty here, but the important part is that we remain composed and that we don't do anything rash. We haven't heard from anybody yet, but at this point, we're starting to get worried. I understand, but we just need to be together. And let's remember that we don't know what what's doing.
You're up.
I'm alert.
Yanni?
I'm just hanging out.
Yeah. Nedru. I don't know if I like doing nothing.
All of a sudden,
It's my understanding that she's still talking, like she's trying to fucking, you know, like talk about the lawn. You know, like trying to trade this lawn.
I mean, like it's like you can tell she's pulling on what experience she had as part of like trying to do this sort of, working through, and that the woman she's talking to is enjoying this sort of back and forth and sort of a game of who's got the upper hand in negotiations, and she's just drawing this out.
Start talking about the lawn. See if she wants to fucking get the lawn and try to draw that out too. We haven't heard from.
I mean, that's what she's doing.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what she's
Full steam
doing.
ahead.
It's
as much as she wants to engage, she has no idea what we're doing.
sport.
Okay, I attempt to grab the hand again. I'm trying to, and as I do, and I say, "Yeah, I'm trying to grab the hand. I'm trying to grab your hand. I want to hold your hand." Can I
Go for it.
Okay.
6.
I mean, plus it's a touch attack.
Well.
All right, so I mean, but you're, it's a touch attack, so you add your dexterity, you add your base attack on this.
And at this point, like, is he like more familiar with the desk?
Yeah.
It's 24.
I mean, now he knows where it's not
Yeah. Totally.
because he's touched all that.
I'm gonna feel that. Yeah.
It's 24.
Okay. All right. So you now you're like reaching across, like your stomach's up against, and you grab something, and you're like, that feels like a small drow sized, Anakin.
Yeah.
And you grab it, and you got it. You think?
I think I got it.
And the ring
I
is.
mean, you can't see it.
It feels like a hand. Was that my standard action?
Yeah.
As a move action, I bolt towards the
Did she
door.
There's no way the rings are on
Did she make a tactile illusion of the fucking hand?
No, I have no idea. I
Yeah.
can't see anything.
Why would
she?
she? The spell, she's
The
like,
inner-
huh, interesting.
There's a hand to grab.
Okay. So, you use your move action, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, like that, kind of going in the direction what you think the door is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fucking force field.
All right. Uhtred?
I don't know. Glenn wants to run it, but I don't.
I mean, like at this point, it's been like almost 20 seconds of radio silence from Ford.
Well, I mean, this is.
I would
this
have
is
no
happening.
idea though, like,
This is par for the
where to
course.
go.
It was eight from your cup.
A huge amount of time.
Yes. Like he was our best shot at sending up there to do it, but we also know that he's the dude who's gonna fucking like completely ghost us for a little bit.
Can you pin us down?
Can I what?
No, because the pit goes into a different space.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine that? Just airdrop everything?
I just hope Ward got the hand and not like either a
No, there's no way.
fake version or like lady.
Just a zombie hand.
Just
a random
He
hand.
walks out, he's holding Silatina or whatever her name is, like by the arm.
He's just dragging around there.
He's not strong enough.
So yeah, you're at the door. You're like, okay, and then you hear her casting a spell again. And I need you to make another will save.
Tower.
Yeah.
That's the problem you have in town.
All right.
Okay,
Much better.
I mean, it's not,
Or it's not very willful.
I'm not willful. 21,
Okay.
and I'm out of action.
You feel like a blanket wrap around your body,
Oh, my
and
blanket.
then you just feel your heels scraping against the floor as you are moved.
Right. So we're fucked. The campaign is over. It's all over.
No, it's not.
Ward, you wanna take a free action?
Can he yell? Can he say?
And then she says, "I'm really curious what you're doing here and why you're trying to steal from me." And,
Yes.
and then you hear the other drow on the other side of the room say, "Mistress, who are you talking to?"
Okay.
Largo, holding
I'm
pattern.
reaching out saying, Ward, you okay? We need to hear from you.
Do you want to respond at this point?
Yeah,
Okay.
to
So out loud, you say,
uh,
you narrate what you're doing.
I'm being dragged across the room by a warm
Narrate what
blanket.
you're doing. That's happening to you.
Okay.
If you're talking to him,
Gotcha.
yeah.
I'm talking to my friends
Okay.
in my mind head.
Okay.
And I say to Largo, I'm fucked, dude. She totally got me.
All right.
It's not sneaky enough.
In common.
Where does she have you on?
In common, I say, release the hounds.
Fourth floor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fourth floor.
All right. So, I mean, Largo, you said that, you got a response.
Yeah. I say in common. I say, release the hounds.
But what are you doing?
Oh, what am I doing? Is it my turn?
It's your turn.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
Just in there.
I see if this is at all possible, but I'm trying to fucking dominate the fucking mistress.
Okay.
So 29 and 29. 29 to disbelieve and 29 to fucking not be dominated. If not, she's taking a fist, and Yanni says fist around her circle. Okay.
Uhtred is unbelievably fast. More restricted.
Dice.
Well, school with the max size.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
This is Bort.
Well,
He's
she pulled a Nedru and rolled a 2. And she had protection from evil up, but you're good.
Yeah. See.
So my command is we are going to the 4th floor to help our friend come with us.
And she's dominated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we bring Bughead, dude.
Well, there's the two other female attendants.
Dismiss them.
Yeah, you fucking kill him.
Yes.
Okay.
Have her say, it's a mutiny, we're taking out the mutiny, come on.
Yeah, it's a coup.
It's a
Sure.
coup.
Okay, yeah, that
It's
would
a
be good.
fucking coup.
Yeah.
It's a-
So,
it's a
yeah.
coup with me.
She's gonna say, we're gonna go fucking kill the matriarch. You're coming. You're all coming with me. We're going now.
Yeah.
Or you're against
And
me.
then
I just look at you guys and I fucking drop my illusion and I just wink.
Oh, I'm fucking waiting in there. Let's go.
Mira.
Here we go.
I cast Blessing of Fervor.
Okay.
So that should hit everyone.
What's that?
Fort.
Okay.
And yeah, then I start moving towards the door.
Yeah, dude. And I drop. Just so you know, we're not. We look like us.
All of us.
I dropped it. I dropped it. I said, "Oh, here we
It's
go."
fucking game on now.
Well, yeah, like you do that, and Nedra's like, "What? No, no, what? No."
Yeah.
No.
Okay, well, maybe
Let's see
that.
it again next time.
Yanni.
We're fucking going. We're. Do I see any opposition in the room we are in right
The two. Actually, yeah, Mira. There are the two attendants.
Yes.
Two female.
now? They've heard the news.
They've heard it, and they're just eyes big as saucers, looking around.
Okay, I look at whichever one's closest to me and I say, "You fucking come or you die." That and I'm just eye to eye, like, "What are you doing?" And I'm ready. I'm like, make a move, make a choice.
She starts casting spell.
Throttle her.
Okay.
I'm on her. You guys go ahead. I'm fine. I'm in my own.
Make. You know, I just make your attack.
All right.
What's that?
Because one is not gonna drop.
How far do I have to move? Oh yeah, I'm trying to just stun and fist, and then
Okay.
it's just my roll.
Okay.
How far do I have to move? Were they?
Oh, you're
5
like
feet?
next to her.
Okay, so I've got the Blessing of Fervor extra as well. So first attack, 18 on the die.
Okay, that hits.
Second, another 18 on the die. Third, natural 20.
Whoa. Okay. By the third, you're like, you're with us against us. She's like, Kolava. like the first two, and then the last one, you punch her, and like it's like her head goes back, and she like off her feet for a second, and her back of her head hits the wall, and she's just a ragdoll.
Looks a little. You also.
There's like a blood smear on the wall. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right. Nedru draws her daggers and goes for the other attendant. Just
There we go. Everybody else.
and like you can like all of you still hear in your head. Fuck.
Come on, Andrew. That's how we handle every situation.
Yeah, no.
Every plane.
She landed 2 hits. Actually,
Why do you I can't even sneak. I'm supposed to be the sneak guy.
Well, you did a real good job.
You got there.
Yeah.
You got there.
It's just the leap of faith.
It was very rough.
through the wall I couldn't find.
But now we're gonna come save.
Can you just snowshoe us in there?
no, that's enough. Yeah, Nedru takes him down.
Yeah,
It's my girl. It's my girl. There we go.
All right. Yeah, you just like still like this tiny Nedru telepath. Fuck. Fort.
I'm
I mean, you just like you felt that, and then it dragged you across the room, and then it just kind of like went away. Still in complete darkness.
Still in complete darkness. I'm right there. I
I will say, like, you're holding this hand and you've kind of been moving your fingers around it because there's part of you that's like, is this? And you can feel the rings on the fingers. So like you're pretty sure you got it.
Yeah.
pretty sure I
Don't
got
sub
it.
them off.
If only I hadn't have Coke with a Montebank and they could have done it out. But woulda, coulda, shoulda.
You had to do it.
I tuck the hand into, can I do that as a free action? To my bandolier, to my pouch of,
I'll say you can do it as part of a move action. Yeah.
as a move action, I move this way.
Keeps moving every time.
Yes. As part of that move action, I tuck the.
Okay.
And then I would like to.
And you're saying all this, right? You're like, I am putting it in my special secret bag.
I'm going over here by this tape.
Am I, can I
Just
like
roll it.
mutter it or am I like announcing?
You're saying it out loud.
Yeah, vocalizing.
Does he have to say it in a language she knows?
Ooh.
It's a valid question.
Let's say it in.
Yeah, say it.
What's our little windy language?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know that we have any more whistle parts.
You might not.
I made contact with the table as part of that move action. And I sacrificed a standard action for another move action. Can't see anything.
Yeah.
I touch the table, I take a hard 90-degree angle, and I walk another 30 feet past homegirl who's also blind.
Okay, I'm gonna say give me a perception check.
It's gonna be okay, 37.
Okay. And like as you're walking past, you do feel like fingers just like just passed by your
Brushing my arm.
I mean, and the thing is, like, as you're walking, like, now I'm walking 90 degrees to my
Oh, a table, I found it. I will turn here as a landmark.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is there anything you want to tell your friends while you're doing this, or?
I think I have the shit, but I can't see anything, and she totally got me a warm blanket, like, I can't find the door.
All right, 6 seconds.
We killed 2 people, we're on the way.
I'm walking through the bedroom. Oh, I hit the table. I'm gonna make a right turn. I'm talking to my friends. I'm scared. Okay. Okay. So your 2 dominated drow are
The 3rd mistress.
Don't forget
Of the
Voldemort.
4th house of Frozen. Is it possible we could send it in as a distraction, not go in and talk to water,
I mean,
get bored out and just fucking leave?
I'm gonna ask a very important question on my next turn as we walk up to or down to the 4th level, and depending on the answer to that question.
He's got a big brain thing.
Well, I mean, if we do that, we send them in and we like make it seem like it is a coup d'etat.
Okay.
Then that gives us like cover, like, okay, yeah, this all the board was there, but like all of us can leave.
Do you see that in my brain hole?
Yeah.
Cool, sweet, I'm gonna cast Seeming again, and I apologize for getting excited.
I mean,
Well, we killed the witnesses that are dominant, so.
oh, that's true, yeah.
all right. So
It's important to keep this thing around. Don't forget the backup. Yeah.
this is good.
so let's see.
The real hard hitter. I need you to put on this wig though. It's the only way it works.
This is your seat now.
Staircase, that's where I came in.
So you know they.
I'm running up.
They come out of the room and go to the staircase and they get into the staircase. I'll say they make it down like one level. There's still one more level to go to get to the matriarch's chamber.
What about Volgren? Where's my buddy?
You did not bring Bulgrin.
Yeah, I didn't bring Volgren?
Yeah.
He's in the bar.
He's just, all
Alright.
right.
Volgrin. Volgrin's like standing in one of the rooms in the bar, just like looking at a wall.
What's the difference between him and me?
What do you mean? He's dominated?
We're just turtles.
He's not a Wilford participant.
You're literally not just.
I just want like cannon fodder around when there's cannons.
Okay, here we go.
I mean, you didn't say you brought Bulgrin. I assumed you left him back at
Totally valid.
He's not really a kid.
the Uhtred.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying as far as I can.
I think we just follow them at a safe
Yeah.
distance. I'm saying to you telepathically, let them go get myrtleated and let Mort get out, and then we just get the hell out,
Right?
if possible.
Yeah, I'm behind the ladies.
Okay.
And then well, just like right now, Lava Giant is my moving little penny from 40 days anyway.
Okay.
And it's 40. So how does haste work? Does that just add 30 feet to your movement? Okay. I don't know if it doubled your movement or what, it's just it adds 30 feet is for most normal, yeah, people. That would let me do 100 in one, and move, yeah, one move out.
Yeah, you have haste boost, right?
I haven't used them yet. I got a feeling it's coming.
Yeah, I mean, it does more than that.
I get a +1 AC. We already got the extra attack because
Or +1 dodge, bonus.
All right. So first. Okay, what is your combat maneuver defense?
28.
28.
grapple.
No, not a good grappler.
Because Bear was.
Okay. So you're standing there, and all of a sudden you just like it feels like a log just sweeps your legs out from under you, and boom, you're on your back.
Damn it.
Oh, hey, buddy. And then I need you to make another will save. You hear her casting another spell.
Tower, 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 tower.
Uh,
2022,
22.
I think
Okay.
26.
That was the magic number. It's not gonna.
Depends on the spell.
She casts a spell, and suddenly you get like this relieving sensation. It's gonna be okay. She's a really good friend of mine.
Yeah.
We can just talk this out.
Okay,
She charmed you.
okay. That's not as bad.
Cursed,
That's not as bad.
Charmed.
And then she
Yeah.
says, "No, I'd really like to know what you're doing."
Okay. She's my really good friend.
And
You don't have to answer that question.
he doesn't have to, but he wants
Just
to.
stats or
You might.
rolls.
Largo.
Okay, I say, all right, y'all, I'm gonna cast see me again because we're gonna pretend this is a coup. I apologize for getting ahead of myself. And I cast see me.
Okay. And then you follow everybody out.
Yeah, and I was just assuming that we could use seeming again to disappear out of the fucking ziggurat, but let's be fucking drastic.
What's your name? Okay, so everyone's illusioned again. You follow Uhtred out.
Yeah.
Mirok.
Yeah, I move. Full movement. When I get to the top, I'll stone shoot.
When you get to the top.
Like when we get to the room that doesn't have a door,
Oh,
I can't do this.
it's Mirok. Is there any you don't want to do any spells, casting or anything?
I'll bless.
Bless? That hasn't happened.
Yeah.
That's nice. Yanni.
I am trudging along with the rest of the party, ready to kill him.
I mean, just to say, Yanni could like be there.
Well, I don't feel like I know where I'm going, or else I would do that, but my concern is I don't know.
Once he
I mean,
gets
you
there.
heard all the same directions that Nedra gave for.
But there's no door there.
I guess that's a problem to sort when I get there.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah, there.
Fuck it, one time, I click my heels together as a free action, I'm hasted, zoom, I'm gone.
Okay.
There he goes.
All right. So yeah, you like running along the wall down the staircase. And yeah, you get down here, and what do you want to do?
I see the magic doorway? Do I know it's there?
You see a solid stone wall going in either direction.
Then I'll have to just wait by where I guess, if I could just guess where the door is, I'll wait till everyone else comes, but like I can't do anything else, I imagine. I could yell,
You punch through it.
I can't punch through a wall.
It's,
I would like to think I can, but I can't.
I mean, is it like just invisible? You like,
I mean, from what you saw when you were in there, it was an open doorway, and the Nedru just walked in and out.
Do I, so
AC.
I've taken a move action, I guess I have a standard action now.
Yeah.
I take one of the anti-knockout potions.
Okay.
And I recommend the rest of the party should probably do the same.
All right. Nedru takes an antitoxin, gets in behind Yara. Fourth.
I stand up as a move action.
Okay.
So I'm no longer.
Yeah, anti-knockout potions, took one and
And I guess, am I compelled to like answer her question?
I mean, she's a really good friend of yours, and she asked you a question, and
I say, I know we're really good friends, but like, my other really good friends are here, and I never thought I was the kind of guy that could ever have really good friends, and so it's just so nice to have so much friendship in my life all of a sudden. And I attempt to walk towards the door where I think it might be after getting knocked over.
all right.
And then I'm also saying that I'm like, but I'm attempting to walk towards the door after getting knocked over by what felt like a log.
Okay. So you walk out through the door, and Yanni, you see Bort walk out of a wall.
Okay, got a frame of reference now. Oh, you've been called.
You see me. Do I see Yanni?
Yeah.
I do one of these.
Do I get to say anything else?
Very
Is that
Give me- Give me a will save.
Give me a will save.
Oof, not good.
No. What?
You rolled a 2.
She's like, I'm not acknowledging my friend down the hallway.
Yeah, that's basically it.
You did tell us.
I'm not okay. Like, is what I say to you. I'm not good.
I say telepathically, Bort is really fun.
Bad.
All right. Okay. So these two kind of make it in just behind Yanni, and I guess they then continue on up to here. And
Man, this girl's gonna be like, what the fuck are these guys fighting for?
This is
Uhtred.
Yeah, how far can I make it?
With a move action, you can get down behind Yanni, but you could get up to. You could actually. Well, you could get up to them, but you did not see anybody walk through the wall, so you don't know that there's a hole there. You
Right, I see board.
You see board, yeah.
I see, and then.
You can get to board.
And when I get there, can I drink my potion?
If you want to drink your potion, you can do it back here. You had to go all down like 2 flights of stairs.
I'll get bored.
Okay.
I like it.
Alright.
You get to me?
Yeah.
I need a hug.
And
You haven't seen the shit I had, man.
The past 4 minutes have been so bad.
And I go, no, you haven't seen what Yanni's done to this poor man.
I have no idea if she was casting a good spell on us. I didn't.
She's just like,
It's like, no.
Please. Yeah, Dan, was she casting like this now?
No.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I like to know now.
she's casting a sending spell on her family.
Yeah.
This is how I die. Some angry monk beat me to death.
Yeah, the whole time like this. Board was
Extreme inner peace. Achieve inner peace.
Oh God, no.
all right. What is your armor class?
4?
Yeah.
A little bit better than what? 27?
27.
That's actually
you're not
I
visible.
think we just like have like a dominated,
I
mistress.
assume it's small.
Waiting for this moment.
Actually, I guess
It's
weird.
long than 5 minutes.
What do you mean 5 minutes?
I'm not invisible anymore.
Oh, you're still invisible.
I'm still.
Actually, you're still invisible. So
Oh, I
yeah.
did not support.
Yeah. Well,
I feel like it was a while.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, it wasn't a while, but I will say that, like, given some of the things like skirting on whether or not it would break invisibility, trying to take the thing off the desk, and like I would say, your invisibility broke at some point because something you were doing was,
Yeah.
contentious enough to.
I mean,
Yeah. So yeah, you're not visible. You're visible. But yeah, no. She says, "We're not done yet," and you feel like that blanket wrap around you, and you lift off your feet and slam against the headboard,
Oh,
the footboard of the bed. And she looks out and sees like her mistress and the other guy and a Durger for some reason, and like for the first time so far, like now she sounds angry, and like it's been curious and playful talking to you, but she sees them and she says, "Insolence."
That's
And,
true. She ain't wrong. She took that bait. Yeah, something like that.
Maybe we just hang out.
And the other drow in the room, Nedru, says, "Mistress, what's wrong?" Largo,
I say I command the mistress to respond.
you don't see any of this because you are 2 stories up.
Okay, cool. Well, I am fucking drinking my potion and shuffling my way down the stairs.
Actually, I'll say, first of all 3 of these guys just see Stonewall, and you do not hear anything. Nothing that's going on in that room is audible outside of it. Yeah. So, like she said, insolence. It was just for her own personal.
Why are we 2 stories up? If this is the 4th floor, more than the 3rd.
Because the number of, you were on the 2nd floor, and
And then he went down.
it goes down.
Okay.
Like in this, the number of floors here do not go up; they go down.
Yeah. I thought we were on the 3rd floor. Okay.
Right, yeah, you came in.
3rd floor was.
You came in
Sam
on
Brown.
You came in on the 1st floor. Actually, yeah, I screwed up. You came in on the 1st floor and you went down to the 2nd floor.
Okay.
And then or went down to the 3rd.
Ever since.
I drank my little potion because they told me to, and I'm like,
All right, so Largo.
I drank a little potion like they told me to, and I'm fucking taking as much movement as I can to get
Okay, so you like just get down to the floor, and you can see Yanni, you can see Uhtred, and you're two dominated near rock.
A double move?
Yeah.
A double move.
Oh my god. Do I get past the stairs into the hall?
Yeah, you're in the hall, just past. We can get here.
You don't see that, you can't get in here.
I watched Bort come out
Yanni.
before he plugged back in, so I know where the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Executive decision, let's just keep this haste thing going. I'll take as much movement as needed to get in there and hit whoever is fucking with Bort.
Yeah, you go in, you pass through the stone wall.
So
It's
dark.
not there. And inside it is pitch black.
Total darkness. I would probably stop and think, what the fuck? It's totally dark in here and back out. Yep.
Okay.
And hold my ground.
You'd say that.
Yeah, I would telepathically say it is fucking black darkest.
Start the sports.
Damn, I wish they were
All
online.
right, You say that, and Nedru says it's probably deeper darkness. Largo, you have an answer for that, right?
I can certainly try.
Bort.
I slammed into the bed. Did she ask me a question?
Like she turns to you and says, "Stay. I want to have a conversation."
Am I like compelled to obey her?
No, you should.
She's just like,
She's a good
she's
friend
like
of
my
yours.
nice friend.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Seems like a nice suggestion.
I mean, you are kind of a dick, though. So.
I am kind of a dick. I say, well, I can leave you, I have these kebabs I can leave you here on your bed for you to have because we're friends. But I just
Now,
saw
these
like-
kebabs have to be like
Oh, there's
week old.
Yeah, there's definitely like hold on.
but I just saw my friends outside, so I leave some kebabs in the bed and I start walking towards the door again because I just saw my friends outside. Is that reasonable?
You drop some kebabs and you go back outside. Sure. Okay. These two
There we
go
go.
in. Yeah. And can't see anything.
They gotta be able to do some magic.
Sounds like this sounds like a problem that is not ours.
Uhtred.
I got Yanni, I got Bort, I got everyone outside the room.
Get me, grab me.
Yeah, I say, I know I can turn around and see Largo. Yeah, let's get out of here, boys. Nothing wrong with me, so yeah, I stand in defense. Or can I grab, I mean, I think Largo's, or he's gonna get thrown back in the run. So I think I hold on to him.
Sure.
Grab me, boys. It's right here.
Okay. So you grab a hold of board.
You guys are embracing.
Weird, yeah.
And you hear from inside the room. This is getting tedious. And I need Yanni, Bort, and Uhtred to make a little save.
Just don't have to do it. Nope. And I just can't roll it back. 16.
We know 26 is the number. If you're below it, we'll use an action.
It's 16.
I think I'm gonna have to just give all three of mine up on this one, but see what happens.
Well,
I mean,
You know, I would say a lot.
I just,
I'm doing it.
I don't
Oh,
think I
good,
can
okay.
make it. Well, I think it's a.
28,
I think the
But
numbers don't-
it comes with a cost.
23.
23. Okay. And Bort.
16.
16. Okay. Bort and Yanni and are paralyzed. Masculine person.
So he's like drops him on.
No, he turns into like a statue.
Just like, screw.
Yeah.
Just a guy.
Largo.
Yeah,
Give me a spellcraft check. No, you can't hear it.
Yeah, I
It's
can't hear
happening. Yeah.
I mean, but I
Give me a
don't
spellcraft check. You can see the effect.
can infer, I mean, 18 on the die.
Yeah, you recognize whole person, and you're also kind of like, oh shit, that's 2 at a time. That's
It's a big deal. I don't have dispel magic because that was a Dakuta thing, and I'm still working on becoming Dakuta. So I notice, right? I would assume that my dominated people are no longer here, which means they are probably in there with the lady. I extend to my dominated people, I give them the command to take the matriarch's seat of power.
Okay.
And then I, in the heads of everybody, say, we're grabbing whoever the fuck we can. We're getting the fuck out of here right now. North Tower, go.
So I gotta carry 2 people?
Mira.
I-
Yeah.
With that
I only weigh
information,
170. I'm
I
very-
slap
trained.
the wall, the
230.
wall of stone. Actually, I would probably go 5, 10, 15, 20, and then just wall of stone over this door here. So that's a 5, 10. That's a 20 by 10 foot area. I can make 5 times 14, 70. I can make 70 tiles.
Yeah, it's not gonna get you.
I think like 2 to 3 inches thick.
All right.
So,
Dude, I rolled.
I mean, what, you want to say it's like 5 tiles to cover
The
that?
2 on one of the action.
I mean, I-
one on the other.
Like, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah.
No.
I've got a plus 13 on
It's-
will save.
what is it,
Like,
wall
I'm
of
supposed to
stone?
be decent,
Wall of
so
stone,
it's
yeah.
like all my rolls. No,
5 foot tile per level. That's 1 inch thick for every 4 levels.
Yeah, then you
So,
pass.
4, 8, 12 for each thick.
I mean, you kind of you have to do a significant amount of space because you don't know where this
I would
door
have
is.
been raging.
Yeah.
That's 2 more.
So I'd say you're doing like a 20 by 10 foot.
Okay.
To like, because you saw where kind of in and out went. And you're smart enough to know like you gotta hit a, so.
This is gonna be, that was just a funny video.
Yeah, so you stone wall that.
5, 6, 7, 8. It would take 8 tiles to do that, and I have 70. So 8 goes into 70 how many times?
Just short of 9.
9. Okay, so 9 times 3 is gonna be 27. So I cover that with 27 inches of stone.
Yeah, good luck into that bridge.
Yeah.
Yanni.
I am paralyzed,
Oh yeah, that's right.
so I do that.
Does that poison do anything to that, or are those,
I
emotion?
conscious,
Okay.
so I would just use my time to swear telepathically quite a bit.
At the end of your turn, you can make another save to try to break the paralysis.
Oh, cool. All right, so another will save. Natural.
There it is.
Okay.
That's a boy.
At the end of your turn, you are no longer paralyzed.
So now I'm thinking, can I punch the 27 inches of rock and get to this person?
So now he's not.
No, he's not. Nedru is saying, north exit is over here. Yeah, she like moves past you guys.
She only knows board. Or the person said only knows that board and me are there right now outside of the group. Like,
Oh, and Yanni.
and, you know,
Did she see me? I didn't think she saw
I
me.
didn't know about because the sea.
You walked in and you left.
Oh, she
Oh,
can't
yeah.
see in the dark. No, I just can't see in the dark.
Yeah.
She can see in her own spell.
Board.
I'm paralyzed in my mind. To the group, I say I'm paralyzed,
Uh-huh.
and that's all I can do.
And like your mouth is like.
You have the rings, right? Okay.
I think I have the rings, and I'm paralyzed, and now I'm gonna try to roll.
18. That's a 25, isn't it?
Yeah, 25. Not gonna cut it. Damn.
Ooh, I say telepathically here. Can she trace that book of demon smut back to you?
You don't know anything about the book.
I thought he was telling us about it.
No,
No.
I just fucked it.
Apologies.
There's not.
All right.
Oh, I have dispel magic. I have dispel magic.
Cool.
I'm still paralyzed. I'm paralyzed.
Utri.
Well, I take my potion, because I still think that's what I was told to do.
Alright,
So I take my potion, and as I get rid of it, I swoop
alright.
board
Pick up.
as
the- okay.
a movement or whatever, go as far as I can.
Well, I mean, you picking up Bort and drinking the potion, so like that's what you do.
Yeah.
You pick up Bort and you drink the potion. All right. Okay. Yanni, you see like this crackle of green energy, and then just like a slough of dust falls onto the ground. Wall's still there. And she comes flying out,
Fucking how?
disintegrated.
The wall is still there.
How close
She
are we?
disintegrated a hole in the wall.
Okay.
And left.
The wording confused me because you said the wall. is-
Well, she just skips by
The illusion of the wall is still there.
So she doesn't
So it
believe
still
that
looks
they're
like the wall.
Oh, not my wall.
Yeah. He, you know,
Hey. Yeah, my wall.
I mean, I guess if your wall kind of went out past the illusion, then there is now a hole in your wall.
So we can take it that she does not believe that the third
That those
mistress
girls-
is trying to take her secret power.
I mean,
She was-
they were also targets of full person, and they're not.
They're
getting
just
out.
paralyzed.
They're still in there. They're still in there. Gone.
Well,
Where is she? We're in
2
relation
weeks.
to me? Within swing
we're gonna
distance?
murder her.
She is.
That sucks.
Yeah, she came out. She's like, 5 feet off of the ground, and she comes out, and she's, like, yeah, you're next to her, and she looks around, and okay.
Well, now she dies, so.
I guess
Largo.
she's ready for
I
a
cast
party.
fly on you.
Okay.
How many of those do you have?
A lot. And I'm gonna move.
Because you know, he's gonna put in one of them too, and that's a cast.
Okay, you cast fly. Do you have to touch him for that?
I don't think I have to touch him. If I have to touch him, I don't do that. But I thought that it was 25 feet. I didn't look at the spell, I just thought it was.
Raw board.
I thought it was close. I'm paralyzed.
Board is paralyzed. You've done enough.
No, range touch. Range touch. Can I make it to him? No, I can't. I can make it to right there.
You have less than a fervor.
Oh,
You do a blessing for.
fly, buddy.
Yes.
Here's a fire.
How tall is he?
Largo or no, Mirak.
We're gonna get giant.
I was about to say, if you were giant, like, can she even fly to your reach?
Fly is
Like, if he goes giant, he's doing this.
But then you just hug her, you embrace her.
Yeah, but he can't swing his sword if he's
Right.
I like to swing that.
Yeah.
with his axe.
Someone be raging.
Don't need the giant sheet after all.
Giant, going to hold on.
Okay, fourth house, you're gonna have to get really cool about your matriarch down.
Real quick.
Well, the Empress is gonna know. We can't
Yeah,
We can't kill it. We have to incapacitate it.
Okay, so what, do we just beat on her until you can finally dominate her? Like, I mean, how are we?
We knock her unconscious. So
Pretty
just like
much
we-
because unconscious people are always willing.
No, that's so dirty. So dirty.
Yeah.
I can't play this game anymore.
If you're unconscious, you can't win a will save.
She's right here.
So all
Yeah,
my
yep.
damage
She's
needs
like
to
not up
be
there. She's
She is up in. I just don't have
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a tiny thing.
how far?
Non-lethal.
Non-lethal.
Like about 5 feet.
because I don't take
Somebody
a, I don't take a. decrease on all our
Yeah,
damage.
maybe. Or you could try to touch
Yours is
her.
gonna be not.
She's not gonna let you.
And then
15-foot
we
room.
bring her back
I
up.
mean, you can attempt, but she's going to like try not to let you touch her.
Yeah. What I was thinking of doing is casting spell magic greater and taking away a lot of her stuff. But this, I've only
It's not
casted-
touch.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can do it at range.
I only catch spells for it, confuses the hell out of me, because it's like targeted dispel and area dispel.
If you target her specifically, then it does so many spells and it starts with the highest level spell and works its way down.
But that's a big.
And then I have greater.
I saw that first thing.
So one spell for
Okay,
every
so
two cast levels
She is.
I have,
I
so
mean,
that's
I
three.
swing on swing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, shots on roll.
Then it has the effect
Yeah,
of dispel
smart
any
I have,
curse.
I think 14.
So that could theoretically
I'll
be
use
wards,
anywhere else.
curse
Yeah,
at the same time.
I think if you do an area effect,
Yeah.
then
I mean,
it's
that's why you have.
everybody.
Yeah.
All spells
If
that
we do
everybody
that,
has
then we usually-
can be dispelled. So like you can't pick and choose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, targeted.
If you target her, and only spells that she has are affected. You won't be able to also,
Well, so I'm looking right here, it says target dispel addition of greater dispel magic has a chance.
Because when I go,
Fact that remove curse can.
when I go into
Much
the
under
assault,
target
my
spell.
combat maneuvers don't take.
Yeah,
my attacks. Yes, I am more likely to grapple.
right, it can if you target board.
Okay, so it's not
If
like
you
I target
target-
her, she cast the
Yeah.
curse.
You have the option of doing dispel in a radius.
Yeah.
And then that could remove one thing from everybody who's in that radius. And you can't pick and choose who that hits and who it doesn't. Or you can target one person and remove a certain number of spells from that one person.
But I think I'm gonna target dispel magic greater on her and try to remove spell levels.
Okay.
Our big boy caster, it's showing spells.
He has been pulling some weight on this one.
Okay.
We burned through the water spells.
And 20.
I got some shit, it's just not.
What's the, well, okay. Let me look it up.
We're gonna have to be choosing dice.
So level 6 spell.
At one point, the cat was like swatting at my dice. I was like, please, like, just hit an extra. It is the 20.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
just, yeah, we're gonna make something game. Yeah, or what? Yeah.
For every forecast level, so you can dispel 3 effects.
There's 2 spots. Mine should
Right.
go in the back.
Yeah.
Okay, and the first one, you remove what?
It says, one spell that just starting with the highest level spells and proceeding to lower level spells.
Okay.
Which means-
Okay, so chance to spell any effect, remove curse. So the DC of this check is equal to the curse's DC.
Yeah.
A little complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, DC 11 plus the spell's caster level.
The DC 11 plus the caster's level.
Right, so you roll a D20 plus your caster level, and the DC is is 11 plus the spell's caster level.
Okay.
So what did you roll in that first?
That was a 6, so it's a 20.
So it's a 20. Okay.
Pretty low roll.
Okay. That's the highest level spell on her is higher than what you dispelled.
Okay.
So it does not.
It stops when the person doesn't keep on.
I'm pretty sure. Well, let me double check. Let me double check.
Or is it like, oh, you roll at this level, so you start this spell?
All right. So on a spell successful. Spell not compare the same result. Oh, compare the same result to the spell of the next highest caster level. Repeat this process until you've spelled one spell affecting the target. Failure spell. Functions, but you can spell one spell for every 4 caster level, starting with the highest level spells and proceeding to lower level spells. All right. So okay. So 20 would be 11 plus the DC you'd be looking for would be 19, and that would do 4th level spells and lower. So it will start affecting her 4th level spell and go down from there. What does she have for fourth level spells? Okay. So she was sort of shadowy and translucent, and now she becomes opaque.
And then a third level, second spell, right?
Right. She drops to the ground.
Does that incur an attack of opportunity?
No.
What if I ask you?
And she does land, you know, 2 point.
That'd be great.
And she goes from like youthful and in the prime of her life to venerable for a drow, which is still like, it's like
Emma Thompson.
Kate Blanchett. Yeah, it's like the wrinkles appear around her eyes and stuff. Like you can see the age, but now it's just like she's a gilf instead of.
These bitches magically make themselves look young. Yeah. You gotta roll with it, man.
And yeah. So yeah, she's she hits the ground and then she looks at you and she is very unhappy. Yanni.
Yeah, so I'm by her. She's not happy. I'll make her even more unhappy. I'm gonna flurry.
All right.
Every attack, I'm going to try to stun her.
Okay.
I have 3 at full attack.
Mhm.
Okay, so the first is a 22 to hit.
Misses.
Yep, that was a natural 2. 24 to hit.
Miss.
Cool. Just killing it here. 36.
That will hit.
All right, and the DC is a 1 more. 22.
You got a
4 to
22.
2. Cool. Okay.
So
So
that's 1 hit,
1 hit,
not stunned.
and now I'm into my last 3 attacks.
Deuced.
31.
That will hit.
Stun again. If we can.
She is stuck.
She is stunned.
Wow.
I get 2 more now. 2 more at my full base attack. 19 on the die threatens a critical.
Yeah.
I'll have to roll it. 16 on the die. I think that'll confirm it.
Okay, so that's 2 and a crit.
2 and a crit.
Are you adding a bless on these?
Natural 1 on that one.
Okay, you're done.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But she's stunned, and I've got 2 and a crit. Terrible roll. 13 on the first. $19 on the
Okay.
second. And the crit.
Damage. That was quick.
36 on the crit. I haven't went brutal. I wanted to make sure I got some hits in, but she is stunned.
All right,
Fingernails, get into those.
Nedru turns around, looks at what's happening, and you can see she just kind of like stiffens and, you know, she's fiddling with her weapons, but she's not moving. She's not.
Yeah. We kind of saw that coming.
Board.
I'm paralyzed.
Yes.
In my mind, I say, I'm paralyzed, I'm paralyzed, I'm paralyzed. And then I roll. So I'm
Still
paralyzed, I'm paralyzed, I'm paralyzed.
Okay. All right. Okay. You're not the only one who's paralyzed. Uhtred.
Yeah, I rage. And
And then you put Bort down, or you just like drop him?
yeah, I just kind of like, you know, like whatever, off to the side, so I got a clean side.
Okay.
I attack.
All right. You start moving forward and you hear Nedru screaming in your head, "Do not kill her."
No, yeah, we're not going to.
Yeah.
We all agreed her.
I did not say, but I'm trying to do non-lethal.
Okay.
You
You can attempt to do non-lethal, but you take a -4 on all your attacks.
But you get a +1 from bless, so it's a minus.
You can bring her back to life, but breath of life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
fucking shit.
I think that will
Not
probably.
how much damage he does.
Yeah.
He's still got to do 5d8 plus whatever.
I'm just saying, like this first attack, like, we need to drop her as low as we fucking can.
So you got one round, get it in.
46 to hit.
That will hit.
Wow.
Is that counting the -4 for doing non-lethal?
No, I'm not doing that.
All right.
46 to hit. And 40.
40 points of damage.
Probably is.
Actually, yeah. 40.
Okay.
How's
Still
she?
standing.
She's grimacing. She's fighting.
Yeah, you slice a huge cut, like almost to the bone on one of her thighs, and you just like again you hear Nedru in your head. What the fuck are you doing, you stupid piece of shit dwarf?
Does she not trust
She's
us?
just mad.
No.
Well, that's her problem.
Yeah,
We
that's
said we're not gonna kill her.
Yeah. So
I
now.
keep saying, we're not gonna kill Nedru, we're not going to, we know it's painful, we're not gonna
I keep saying that.
Well, she did watch Yanni specifically
Oh, yeah.
like go for pressure points and not try to break her bones and shit.
Yeah.
And then she saw Uhtred almost lop her leg off.
We can heal her, we're not gonna kill her.
She'll grow another leg. It's okay.
So then
Classic
now we attack her again.
Okay.
This time, no, fuck her. I'll attack her again. She goes.
Oh, boy.
30 or 38.
She
That'll
didn't
hit.
quit, I guess.
Oh man, it's just non-lethal, maybe at this point. I don't know.
He already rolled. He already rolled and did it.
Yeah.
Decent damage.
Yeah. 45 points of damage.
45.
Oh,
She may be feeling good.
well, all I did was slash her leg. So
I mean, she's like a
like she.
Yeah, it's not like there's major
She
arteries in your
wasn't. She
leg.
wasn't like she just.
She is dead. You killed her.
Like dead.
She's dead.
All right, try to bring her
Yeah.
back.
Like she's in 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Try to bring her
That's
back.
how negative is she?
You don't know.
Okay, I cast Death Watch and I go over and look at
There you go.
Well, I'm not gonna cast EO it.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I didn't think from a little thigh gash.
That was the first.
Largo, what do you do?
Me, I am holding my action when Mirok says like, okay, she's fucking back to technically alive. I'm going to cast fucking die.
Okay.
Through the.
So Mirok, you cast Death Watch. Do you instantly know that, or is that something you have to like concentrate on and look at? And
I don't think it's a concentration spell.
well, I mean, it's like
She was really squishy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like I don't know. I hit her 3 times.
yeah.
Before. I only hit her twice and I got her in half. So just think about our power levels here.
you instantly know whether each creature within the area is dead, fragile, wounded, with 3 or fewer hit points, fighting off death, healthy, undead, neither alive nor dead. So she's dead.
Okay, cool. I'm going to cast Breath of.
You cast Death Watch.
Are we still in initiative?
It's still it's
Yeah.
a minute.
Well, then I wouldn't have done that. Why are we still in initiative?
Because Nedru's about to attack Uhtred.
Oh, bring it on, Andrew!
Cast Death.
Die too.
Well, I mean, what do you?
I mean, I wouldn't have. Like, I wouldn't have cast Death Watch because, like, the enemy's dead. It's like, how do I know that we're still in initiative?
All right. So, I mean, I don't know how you know. Like,
Yeah. that's what I'm
are you
saying.
just waiting for like time to pass? Because you know that even with blessing, with Breath of Life, it was 1 round, but it's still just it's a limited time. You can't mess around for a while.
I think.
Yeah, that's
let
what
him
I'm
hit Uhtred. Bring fucking little weight around.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll do Breath of Life next time.
I mean, because you deserve,
yeah,
I mean,
Uhtred deserves a little bit of.
technically you're always in initiative. It's an abstract concept that only happens when we're in combat. Technically, everyone's always taking 6-second actions.
Okay. That's my next example.
Just
Yanni,
take
what are
the
you
bruise
doing?
it. Do I see
You can
Nedra?
bruise it.
You also
It's not her turn yet,
Okay,
so.
so that's, I guess I'm watching her.
You're not paralyzed anymore.
All right.
I.
Oh, no, he's still,
I don't know if that was
killed
my next question.
doesn't go away until the spell is over. It's not a, yeah.
You're gonna make me punch our friend. You're gonna make me punch our friend.
No.
Yeah, no, yeah, Nedru like hurdles Bort and starts stabbing.
Can I intervene at all? Like, hey, nah.
I'm fearless.
I mean, I suppose, like,
I don't wanna.
I
hurt her.
said that Nedru is about to attack Uhtred.
Yeah,
None of
yeah.
you knew that that was what was going to happen.
Yeah,
So like
Keep it
this,
safe.
honestly, this probably comes as a surprise to some of you.
fair.
I'm shocked.
Surprised you like it.
What's your armor class right now?
I'm raising 15.
15. Okay, so both of those hit.
Yeah.
And you take 2,
Well, I think,
5,
yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah, no.
30, well, 31 points of damage, but it's 2 attacks, so you apply your damage reduction twice.
We
So
lost it.
25 points.
What? We've lost it.
And yeah, just, she's just like stabbing into your back and like crying.
I say through our mind, I'm like, don't kill Nedra. Don't kill.
Uh, or you can make another, we'll say.
I'm fearless.
There it is.
I'm fearless. Thanks you on the day.
19, so it's
So 26.
you need 27.
What?
Oh, shit. Well, I'm fearless.
So you roll
I need to roll an actual 20
Yeah.
to do this.
Or wait until the spell is over, which it doesn't last forever. Okay.
Old 27 club.
Old 27.
Okay. All right. Uhtred.
I know what my colleagues want me to do.
Don't kill Nedra. If you kill Nedra, we're fucked. Right now, we have a chance to make this right. I think we're fucked.
I don't know, like, I non-lethally try to grab Nedra, like, I mean, she's still on my back trying to stab me.
You
right?
grapple her?
Yeah,
Try to grapple her?
I try to grapple her. Stupid bitch.
You just chopped her sister in half.
I got a little too excited. I encourage you to use lethal damage. Matriarch wasn't squishy by.
She does get an attack of opportunity on you. So you take another 17 points of damage minus your damage reduction. Now what's your grapple?
Just take it on the nose, buddy.
Where was 6? I didn't grapple. What,
CMB.
CMB, all right, 16.
Is that still accurate? No. So that would be, that should, your base attack bonus should be 14. Oh. And your strength bonus should be 9. So that should be a plus 20, 23 on top of what?
6.
6, so that'd be 29. Okay. No, with that stab, she does, manage to, that damage fucks up your attempt, and you like grab at her and she slices up your arm.
Sorry.
I'm just doing my mantra and all of our minds just don't kill Nedra.
All right, Mirak.
Breath of Life.
Okay.
Oh, work.
That's hard to stitch up. Does she need her legs?
5 spell.
Put her back together.
Should we read that?
Right, she might
I
not.
mean, like her
Right.
entire midsection is opened up, like her spine's still keeping her together.
Okay.
Hey,
Bad.
they're there for a reason. You know, the
Got some
spine
action
is important.
It's 5d8 plus your level.
Yeah, that's a
5d8.
Would an
Right.
action die help that scenario at all?
Right, I don't need to roll a d20.
We're wasted 19. You need some more D8?
Oh shit, I'm going d6s.
Yeah,
Ooh, she got attack.
Better than that.
And then plus my level 14, so that's 35. I'm gonna use all three of my action die. And then 3d8.
Well, remember you did 45 and that killed her.
Yeah.
So she was alive
Yeah.
before that.
Now she just.
I'm just saying, like there's a window here.
I
That
think
you
you
can kind
got
of think through.
You got
a little bit.
I think you got it without the action.
Is that 34?
Which is, 35. What's your
That's
level?
14 plus 19.
Okay, so 33.
No, I'm sorry, 21. Sorry, 21.
21 total?
Yeah, I rolled 21 on the dice.
21 plus 14, 35.
35. Okay.
Check that, Steve.
And then, yeah, I still have death watch up, so.
Okay. She is alive and conscious.
She
And
is
conscious.
alive and.
Am I there? Can I make her unconscious?
It's your turn.
Oh, I had held
unconscious.
action. I had held action. Dominate person.
She's
Right, but you said for when she,
Oh,
when
for
he
when
healed her and she's
And she's
unconscious.
Okay, cool.
But like, so like, I'm gonna say like, he heals her and she goes, and you're like,
And then Yanni just.
I just want to make her
Okay.
unconscious.
all right, go ahead and give me your attacks.
We bring you up and we bring
31 to hit
All right.
on the first.
That is-
Do I need to roll damage or just
Just keep
rolling? Natural 1. You want me to stop or keep going? 38. Another natural 1. Jesus.
Pretty cool.
22.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're fine.
I was getting nervous.
These dice don't have good.
Yeah, you punch her in the face, and that first one doesn't knock her out, and you're kind of like, oh shit! You just like slam your fist into the stone beside her head, in frustration. You pull back and you punch her again, and like that second one knocks her out, and then you like still like just. It's a really tense moment. You punch the ground
I'm just
again.
nervous.
Make 14 save.
I mean, that's reasonable. You just saw that you start stabbing each of the last.
Fortitude save of 19. Not phenomenal.
19. Okay, I'm gonna say that like you like bust the fuck out of your hand, and you just take like 1 point of dexterity damage.
1 dex. Okay, so my
Oh yeah, never mind.
yeah, that I'm
Yeah,
covering
you're-
physical resistance.
Your martial art is bullshit.
But am I strong because I hurt myself, or am I weak because I hurt myself? That's the quandary.
But yeah, no, she's back unconscious. Nedru is like, about to take another stab at Uhtred, and like just like throws her daggers on the ground and like walks and does like a couple of paces. You do your thing.
Understandable.
Understandable.
I apologize in my head that I know that was a lot to see, but we have a living drow matriarch here, and she is down.
Could we ask her first of all if she knows if the Empress is privy to anything we said?
Right now, she's sleeping.
Can we wake her up and ask her that immediately before we get the fuck out of here?
You cast dominate person on her. It doesn't work.
And it doesn't work. Ooh. Okay,
She still has spells cast on her that protect her from.
Should we just
Okay.
fucking leave?
so dispel magic.
Trigger with it.
Oh, dispel magic.
Yeah, I'll do that one turn.
Now we're out of.
Okay.
Things have kind of resolved themselves.
I dispel magic greater on her.
Okay, give me another caster vote.
We go
Tower.
It's annoying.
Hell of annoying.
Caster level, so 9 plus 14 is 23.
So that would be 23 would be
7.
6 level spells.
I'd try again if you say you feel spells melt away from her.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, she loses a couple of spells.
I try. Does it take effect?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, at this point, I'm just like standing over her, just.
We have a dominated ground matriarch that we need to wake up.
Yeah, you see you cast a spell magic and you see like her knuckles swell and her joints kind of like there's a stiffness that comes on her. Her highest level spell was greater age resistance. And then you remove, and then you remove protection from good and protection from evil.
All right.
Actually, you remove see invisibility and protection from good.
Well, bring her back to the land of the living and let's to the land of the conscious and ask her a couple questions real quick and have her call off any guards to maybe come in. So I can see if the Empress knows.
I'm trying to think about it, like the only loose thread of anyone who saw anything is Latina.
There is also the loose thread of her life force leaving her body for a time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I'm saying
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, Silatina didn't see shit. She was in the dark the whole time.
that's a good point.
She has no idea what's happening. Hey, can you turn the lights on?
I cannot see.
Yeah. So like you're paralyzed for another like half a minute, and then finally you go loose and limp, and you're back to yourself.
Check your.
I imagine telepathically for that half a minute, all we heard more repeat over and over again was, I am paralyzed. I am paralyzed.
Yeah.
He's also cursed, and he still will continue in perpetuity to narrate everything he does.
It's gonna take us a little bit to realize that because he's kind of a quirky dude. It's like, wow,
Do I do it?
funky.
Do I have any control of the volume at which I do this?
You do it at that speaking voice right there.
Just this volume.
Yep.
I reach into.
You speak it out loud.
I
You don't
speak it-
whisper it. You don't scream it. You
Uh-huh.
speak it out loud.
Speak
That
it
was the
out loud.
direction that was there. That's the curse that was bestowed upon.
I reach into out loud. I say, I reach into my Pathfinder's pouch and pull out the hand thing that I took.
I walk over. Are you offering it or are you just taking it out?
I'm narrating what I'm doing as I'm taking it out. Because
I
that's
reach
my
for it.
force. I hold it in my hand, and as I hold it in my hand, I say, I hold it in my hand.
Say the fuck's wrong.
I look at it, and as I look at it, I say, I look at it. What do I see? Are there rings upon it?
Yeah.
Are there 4 golden rings?
Yeah.
I see 4 golden rings, and I say to everybody, hey, I think these are the rings.
I fucking hope so. If these are the wrong rings,
Let's look at it. Take him to Largo.
As I hand the hand to Largo, I say, I hand the hand to Largo.
Say, yes, you do.
Uh,
good job, Durno.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
All right.
Seems off, but not off enough.
Largo, make a perception.
So that would be 23.
All right. You see the mistress that you dominated earlier.
Yeah.
Stick her upper body out of the hole
Oh,
and start casting a spell.
I say, stop and be peaceful, but I'm sure that she gets the spell.
I thought about that earlier in 5 minutes. I forgot.
Okay.
You don't have to kill someone else today.
No, it's just the last thing I said to do. It's a naughty thing.
Naughty thing.
And maybe do a little coup.
Oh, fuck, she's dead again.
Probably.
Yeah, she's dead again. You don't know that.
Oh, yeah, the poo mistress.
Well,
Ah,
that one's not on this.
Nedry, stab her.
Yeah, Nedry.
And I know Ned. I mean, we're gonna have to regain some trust with Nedry. Talk about it. Make sure that we're all.
Why?
Because she's still sentimental about a little girl.
She asked you not to do something and you just.
I'm
And we
far
can
away.
explain to her. We can try, but it might work that way. We can't like say like. Honestly,
I created this
more
queen.
badass than that.
I created this whole world. that it did.
You didn't. This
Yeah.
was here before you knocked a hole in the dirt.
All this, you should be right. Yeah, right.
Before I opened this up, we didn't even exist. So, I don't know.
Okay. It's an interesting one.
She turned her into a cow.
We can't go downstairs now.
The the matriarch turns into a new
A new, okay, polymorph,
Oh my God.
greater,
baleful polymorph.
baleful polymorph, okay, that's dispellable. I literally like, I look at that and then I look at your, and go, that's dispellable.
Where you fix this? We're in your pocket. All I'm thinking of is Monty Python and the Holy Grail. She turned me into a newt. Well, I got better, but now
They're not good. They got your new command.
then
Yeah.
they're not attacking anymore.
Put her in your pocket.
Granted, you can do comprehend newt, and we don't need to make her not a newt. But then again, it's gonna be hard for her to like give commands to others.
So you share language.
Can you focus dispel?
How does Nedru seems to be handling everything going on? Do you need a sense motive, or is this pretty obvious?
She's trying to hold it together.
Yeah. Okay.
That's, I just felt
Okay.
these things felt.
Is it a newt that's asleep?
It's in sleep.
Aw.
It's a 17. I'm sure
Targeted,
it's
though.
enough.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it again. That's my last spell slot, it's 14, that's 28.
Targeted dispel, right? So it doesn't.
You specifically dispel the baleful.
Okay, lots of deep breaths.
What's
All right.
We have to leave
Now.
very soon from now.
We have to ask for some.
So actually, yeah.
Yes.
So actually, now you don't.
Yeah, because she's the person who's gonna like chill.
Everyone who knows that you're in here is under your control.
Including the matriarch, who could tell anybody in this fucking building, no, it's cool, they're with me.
For 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks.
We live like kings.
Yeah.
You know that a sense motive of 15 is going to tell that something is wrong.
Okay, yeah. So we can deal with her, but then again, we gotta get out of here. We gotta ask her some very important questions.
But we can get to the reef, right? And should be well enough to cover our tracks.
Sure.
Ish.
That's a Nedru question.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's ask her the questions though.
It's like, I mean, you going over some stuff, you realize that you could pretty much tell the matriarch to like lay low for an amount of time. Not 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's not going to work.
Yeah.
But you probably have like 2 or 3 days before something becomes apparent that something.
Okay, so let's bring her up to a couple hit points and ask her about some stuff.
It's quarter of midnight.
Yeah.
And yeah, we can do the very boring, interrogation scene next time, but
Can we,
we had the very exciting. What? Can we what?
oh, can we know what the business are? Is that-
You guys can try.
We try.
Knowledge Arcana, spellcraft.
It's
Or
detect magic and spellcraft.
Detect magic, they're magical. So can I do them all at once, or should I each one?
They're technically one magic item.
Mhm. So that's a 6 on the die.
Burn
But
an action die if you need.
oh yeah, I'm gonna burn all 3 of my action die. Dice, right? And then 7 and 3. 18 and then plus. So a spellcraft of 40.
Wow.
Really?
All three.
I used all 3 of my action die.
That was the spellcraft you need to know exactly what it is.
Nice! Something finally worked! I kill her again!
No,
We don't want to no.
read the energy wrong.
Okay. So these are the 4 rings of Alan Fiss.
Okay.
Alan Fish.
Alen Fiss.
Okay.
Sorry. They're 4 gold rings. When worn on the same hand, they grant the wearer a +5 deflection bonus as it would a ring of protection +5. If the wearer realizes the true nature of the rings and sets them on a black gold amulet in the holy symbol of Delic, the wearer immediately becomes attuned to the Avarice Gate, knows its location, and can open and close the gate to the plane of ambition at will. As long as the gate remains intact, the wearer does not age and has no need for food or water. In addition, they can fly at a speed of 60 feet with perfect maneuverability and gain fast healing 10. If the amulet is removed, the wearer loses all of these abilities, but does not suddenly age or take any sort of negative effects.
Just on a shrine of Delic.
It has to be on a holy symbol of Delic. And if you are not a worshiper of Delic in truth and in your heart, it is going to be very bad.
Okay. Okay.
So we get no benefit.
So not me.
Oh, if you wear the 4 rings on your hand, it's +5 deflection bonus.
But
If
we
you
can't do some sort of
if you make it into the thing that it can totally be, it is immensely powerful. But like basically, I mean, Largo, you would get the impression that if you're not a worshiper of Delic or an avatar of Delic might smite you for misusing one of his holy artifacts.
Well, that's.
I will relate that to everybody.
The question is, does Run Borg part of it?
Probably.
I mean, it's the god of like ambition.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
dragons. Like, dragons worship.
I'm not dragging worship, I'm dragging God. Yeah.
Oh, he definitely worships Delic. That's what he wants.
I mean, he probably wouldn't want it if he
didn't.
Right, yeah.
I just wondered if like he didn't know the full story of it, you know?
Well, he knows that the
Okay,
dragon.
so this begs the question.
And I mean, I'll say like when you do the interrogation, she knows what it is too, but it would be sacrilege against her religion.
Yeah, right, she can't use it for that purpose, so.
Interesting.
More or less, she was holding on to it so that nobody else.
Yeah.
And just in a couple words, how's Ned? Does she understand the circumstances of what just happened? Or is she still like, what the fuck? Was it just like a
She's very angry at Edric.
Okay.
Extremely angry at Edric.
Yeah, we all are most of the time. You learn to live.
She ain't that first one that's been mad.
Oh, that's the truth, man.
So I just told Ashton we were wrapping up like a few minutes ago, so it's gonna be a while before she gets here. So
That's cool.
we are gonna be here for about 20 more minutes.
All right.
Apologies. We are.
No, that's fine.
Very fair, very fair.
no, much love.
Thanks for.
Are we
staying
all
up
good,
and
everybody?
hanging around.
Oh, this was wonderful.
I know.
This was wonderful.
No, but I mean, I know there's some of that was kind of frustrating, but you guys are in this realm of like shit happens and sometimes you don't like it to be
Oh,
frustrating.
all I wanted to do for a solid
frustrating
hour
because we were so
was
passionate.
punch
about
that
it.
bitch in the face, and I'm glad I didn't. It worked out real well.
Yeah, no, all the frustration comes from a place of like, this is the fucking story that we've been telling for years. Not, you know, no, yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, that matriarch had a really good perception check and permanency, see invisibility. So like that wart was in there for that long and not noticed is amazing.
I thought she was gonna be a lot more.
I thought she was gonna be a little mean.
Sturdy.
Yeah.
I think she's like a insane.
She-
caster.
All her spell loadout is for like doing arcane research.
Yeah.
She did not have an offensive spell lineup ready.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the stuff that she had was not like, if she was offensively loaded out, oh, she would have fucking killed board.
We probably gotta figure out a way to hide the bodies.
And she was like really like, what the fuck is this orc doing in my bedroom?
How is that?
I really want to know.
Yeah.
Like I could kill him, yeah. But I need to know I need to know why he's here, who helped him, how this happened.
To board around.
And for like several rounds, she didn't know that there was like a whole team of you guys ready to come in and kick her ass. And she was manhandling Bort. She was not having any trouble with him whatsoever. So like she comes out and all of a sudden it's like,
We came to help our friend.
You hurt our mean friend. And that's a no-no.
He's our mean friend.
yeah, no, I wasn't sure how that was gonna play out.
I got extremely nervous.
Well, we start at 9. And you all worked at a bar, you know, so you were like, oh, I woke up at like 10 o'clock today, so I'm just gonna.
True.
No. We're all like adults now, and it's a totally different story.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for coming early. Thanks for staying late. Thanks for being here, both of you guys. It's awesome.
I honestly, I feel like this made it a lot better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Better.
absolutely.
Yeah.
This is the best session we've had.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
I got to every moment I've hung out with Glenn the past few days. I said, "So you ready to move back to Asheville?"
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, yeah.
And you're 4 hours away, Jay?
A little over 5.
Oh,
If you drive like Aaron,
Probably a little under 4.
yeah.
You're very fast to be driving, but I got to see it. Take your head up.
All right.
yeah, I think so. We're rolling the idea of having a session another day, but we don't have.
And,
I'll let you know.
Butcher got to be.
I'll let you know if we're around.
Hey,
For sure.
I came up with
I was telling Ross Safari there, Ashton and I might be here another day. We're not entirely sold on leaving. If we're still here, I'll let you guys know. We can have a beer or something.
That sounds great.
Before we leave. And regardless, Trevor, a couple antique wooden chairs, lived in a new house.
Let me know.
$2. You got $2.
Nice. You're glad we all had fun. Glad we all could do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, seriously, this castle idea,
Detective.
I'm really for it.
Oh, damn, it's a really good idea.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, see y'all.
Bye guys.
So that's pretty cool for you guys to see, you know, all this shit in person.
I did not imagine we were gonna do any of this tonight. Like, I figured you had something kind of big planned, but I didn't think we were gonna do a whole failed Ocean 11 type situation. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I planned that it would be. You know, you do a planning phase and you do, I wasn't sure if you were going to do this one or the other one,
Yeah.
but
Coming into tonight, I expected this would be the last thing we did, but I mean, it kind of makes sense to do this first. It's kind of hard to hide war and corpses.
and you do have a solid, like, they're dominated and that is managed for right now.
Yeah.
It is a dangerous situation. You can't just leave it as is.
But if, you know,
Because yeah, a lot of people could easily spot that they're like, yes, today I'm going to have dinner and I would like beets, you know, like
yeah,
something's wrong.
but we move quickly and we can get the rest of this knocked out. So this other Ned room,
Yeah,
I think there's a third sister. That's my theory on this whole thing.
No, Centolento is Ned. And the other sister is a simulacra that the
younger sister made because she misses her older sister.
Wow. Wow. So this one was created by
There's like 12 of them.
holy shit. So that was what Bort saw.
And it's also a sort of like, you fucked up, you got expelled, I was still a kid. Now you're gonna be my servant for the rest of my life.
Bitter, sweet type thing.
It's Drow complex.
Mm-hmm. Well, that begs the question, do we set up some sort of union while this one's dominated to see, I don't know, science.
Yeah, does she know that
Well, Nedru is under,
Andrew's here?
she's under a form of illusory magic down here.
Nedru doesn't look like Nedru.
Yeah.
He looks like a different Drow.
Yeah, she's done, that's by design. She doesn't want to be
Right.
made by anyone down here.
Because I mean, even though she's been gone for 350 years, there are obviously people who could recognize her.
Sure, like her sister.
Mhm. For 350.
So all these Drow women make themselves look young magically. This is kind of
The
thing.
very powerful ones will do whatever it takes to make themselves look, as beautiful and
As they
awe-inspiring. Yeah. They all want to be Gladder.
Yeah.
And here comes Usually kill them all. No, yeah, I came up from the bathroom. I didn't have a whole grasp of what was going on, but I did to attack.
Lutheran fashion. Let me just swing my axe at something and see what happens. I do have to point out though that Yanni and Nedry were the only two that actually killed something.
You just obliterated a maid.
She tried to cast a spell.
Oh yeah, was that spell good or bad?
It was bad, but it was not powerful.
Not worthy of getting beat.
She was like a level 4.
I gave her fair warning. I was
Yeah.
like, hey, you're with us or you die.
That is funny though. Like,
But she doesn't, she didn't know what she was up against. She's like,
just
magic missile.
Magic missile. I can't believe they chose her magic missile. That's terrible. Oh well.
Nigel killed the other bitch, not over a minute.
Yeah, for nothing.
yeah. Stanford.
She did.
She's trying to do what she did to me.
Oh, we're still recording.
I have to say, yeah. Oh, bye, viewers.